Okay. Let me see. Oops, nope, don't want that. Okay. All of our sound stuff is correct, so here we go. Hi, Bryn. Trying to get all my screens configured here. And then we'll be pretty well ready to go. All right, here we go. Hi, Sophie. All right, here we go. We're going to go. Hi, Pierce. We are going to, I'm actually going to change where this sits because this ain't doing it for me. Oh, gosh. Oh, gosh, I thought I could do this. Hold on. It's getting a little wacky. Okay, I feel like that's good. Hi, Carly. Sorry if you just saw my erratic camera moving. I'm just trying to get it to where everybody can see correctly and all that fun stuff. So I will pop this up. I want to share this, and then we'll start recording. Okay, I got a new trend, y'all. Use this. We've got like things were way up here. Okay. Let's see. It was a Charmander, did you do Fourth Wing? No, I did not. I wish I did. That would have been really cool. That's the dream, to do a book that absolutely pops off like that. But I have not done that yet. Okay. I want to make sure I don't have a random hair pop in my face. Oh, it's a new haircut. New haircuts are always crazy to figure out when you do something where you wear headphones. I need some good in-ear headphones. If anybody knows anything about in-ear headphones for recording, let me know, because I need some help. Okay. So the nifty thing is, I think because I'm live on Restream, I think I can see more stuff. Got a lot of people. AstroPup 2. Are you on here? We got Kenzie, Camilla. And then we will... Hi, AstroPup. This is the first time I'm using a different way to go live on TikTok, so I'm not sure if there's a lag or if it's immediate. It keeps popping up, people join and leave, which I think is good. But like right now on my viewers, it's only showing Lexi. If there's more people besides Lexi that are viewing right now, can you just like drop a quick chat so I can tell? Now Lexi's gone too. And I have a lot of likes. Oh, it doesn't tell me as many likes this way. I don't like that as much. I want to be able to thank people for the likes. Okay. I've got more likes. I don't know who else is liking. Hi, Ari. Jazzy's mom. Okay, popped out the chat so I can see our chat. And then I will... Oh, one thing I don't like about this is I don't think I can mute it. Okay, thank you, AstroPup. I'm kind of still new to going live on TikTok, so it kind of... I feel like people hop in, hop off, and then I don't know how long someone has to stay before it actually shows them as a viewer. So sometimes, displays and things for lives are kind of weird about things like that. But I think my video quality is a lot better doing it this way than going live directly on TikTok, because I use my front camera on TikTok. That way I can still see the comments. I'm also sure there's a better way to do that too, but I'm learning. So the topic for today is Fem Audio Takeover. So what Fem Audio Takeover is a day. I think we're going to do multiple days in a year, because I think there was one in January, and now the one today, that's July 11th, is all about showcasing feminine voices and feminine characters and things like that. So female narrators, any books or stories, short stories, anything like that that showcase strong female main characters, feminine characters that find their voice or find their strengths or something in that realm. That's what Fem Audio Takeover is all about. So, in the spirit of that, I have a few different things that I'm going to do on this live. I'm going to be live for a while today, And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to set a timer, and I have a couple of snippets that I recorded for some female authors that have strong female characters. So I will be reading those snippets every 30 minutes or maybe every hour, maybe every hour. I'll do every hour. And then I also will be live tonight, hopefully, if the event doesn't get canceled, with some other narrators. Carmen Chantel is hosting an event where multiple narrators will be available to cold read on TikTok Live snippet submissions from authors, especially female authors, to read their parts that they want read from their book. So that's what we're doing today. That is on the schedule for today. If I could figure out a way to summarize that. If anyone was listening and wants to summarize that and put it in the chat, that would be helpful. I'm not good at summarizing. Where am I? I need to, okay, email real quick. I need to send a quick email to one of my authors because I meant to send her audio last night and I forgot. I'll send it today. So I will start off with, no, I'll do it at 2 o'clock. It's 2 o'clock here. I'm on Central Time. So at 2 o'clock, I will do the snippet reads. And then the rest of the time on the live, I'll be working on a book that I have in production right now that is written by one of my repeat authors. The book was originally written back in 99, I believe. And in a nutshell, it's a scorned woman who discovers something really weird up front and then at the beginning of the book, and then starts going on a time travel adventure. So here in a second, when I start recording, I'll do a little recap of what's happened so far, and then I'll pick up and I'll read, and you'll be able to listen to the rest of it as we go. All right, so this author that I'm sending one to is Lizzie Strong, author. She is really cool and hilarious on here. She writes monster romance. And so her submission is really fun. Get out of here. All right. Thanks for the follow, Ari. Ooh, I tried to combine follow and Ari. So we are going to attach the MP3s from this and the WAV files. Blurb and snippet, yes. Blurb. And snippet. Okay, here we go. Uploading, come on. Okay. Aurora joined. I like that. I like that name. All right. I think we're ready to start recording. Let me set my alarm. Or I guess I'll do a timer. That way I can just do, nope, I lied. Alarm. It is 1:37, so we want 2 o'clock. And we will get going. Because that's on. That's going to tick me off here in a little bit whenever it goes off. But it'll be okay. I'm heading up to my sound booth to do my thing. Okay, it does show on live. All right, cool. Nice. Okay, now that I've done the logistical stuff and learned something new, we're going to get back to work. So while I'm opening up these files, I'll give a little recap on what's going on with our story. So this book, like I said a while ago, it was originally written in 1999 or released in 1999, and it's set in California. The female main character is going through a rough patch. She is very like scorned woman vibes. Her husband left her for a younger bimbo, as she calls her, and took everything, all the money, everything, left her with credit cards and a mortgage and like jewelry that he bought her. So she's trying to figure out how to make it work on her own and is kind of having a rough go of it. Then she discovers a book in a bookstore on 25-cent book day that seems like a very antique old book that may be worth a lot of money. So she gets really excited thinking that she's found like a diamond in the rough and she can sell that book for, who knows how much money. So she takes it, starts reading it, and realizes it is describing her going to the bookstore, finding the book, her internal thoughts, everything. So she gets a little freaked out and kind of has a bit of a panic moment, and then picks up the book again, and it has more information. It was blank pages, now it has more information, and it's things that she hasn't done yet, so she decides on a whim just to follow it and see what happens. And that leads to a bit of a time travel journey. So she's gone missing as far as her time, her current timeline in 1999. She's missing, and her best friend's looking for her. But we also get the side of the story of what she's actually doing and where she time traveled to. So she just found out that she just woke up randomly in like a muddy field, and she's with this married couple who lived like out in the boonies, who found her half dead and took her in, and they're taking her to Fort Bragg, and she is going to get a hotel room and figure out what she's doing with her life from there. So the story picks up where she's with this couple. She's noticed some really weird things about their life, like they live way out in the boonies, outside of a town that she thought was more heavily populated, and they have, like, an old wood stove that heats one room of their house. They don't have central air heat. They don't have gas, anything even in their house. They don't so it's very, very old school. Their truck is old. The roads that they take everywhere are not paved. Like, that's kind of the whole vibe of what she's feeling. She's like, "What is this? I just was on this same highway 2 days ago, and it was paved. Now why is it a dirt road with a bunch of holes?" So she's trying to figure out what's going on. And so we are in chapter 3. I'm hoping doing it this way, you can hear what's going on in my headphones too. That's what I need to check on. If you are, um, if you are on and you're watching right now, I'm gonna start playing this audio now, and I want you to tell me if you hear it. I'm heading up to my sound booth to do my Sam audio takeover live stream. I'll be reading a book. I'm heading up to my sound booth to do my Sam audio takeover live stream. I'll be reading a book. I'm heading up to my sound booth to do my Sam audio takeover live stream. I'll be reading a book. Okay, there's a bit of a lag. Okay, there's a bit of a lag. By one of my repeat authors. Okay. It's not letting my headphone audio come in. 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 I wonder if I can get it to. Okay. Oh, I wonder if I do this. How's that now? How's that now? Oh, wow, that's loud. Okay, sorry. How's that now? Oh, wow, that's loud. Okay, sorry. Sorry. Gross. That is messed up. Okay. Back to work. Okay. Back to work. Okay. Back to work. I'm really silly. I was like, why is it repeating? It's because it's picking up from my microphone and then it's playing it back again through the recording. Okay, we're good now. We're going to read some snippets and then I'll go back and record my book that I'm working on, and we'll be back to snippets again on the hour. So we're about 4 minutes late, but that's okay. And we'll go from there. So the first snippet we're going to do comes from Lindsay Rain. And Lindsay was the first author that took me up on my offer for recording these snippets. So she is going to go first. I swear I am having big time technical difficulties. Okay. Hi, Wilma. Wilma Fingerdew. That's fun. How's the audio for everybody? Does it sound okay? Is it weird? It was echoing and being weird earlier, so I'm just trying to make sure that we don't have any issues. If you notice anything really weird, comment and let me know. Okay, Lindsay Rain is first up. She has a book that's actually a duet. So, book one of the duet is called Betting Blind. And if you want to find her, she is on TikTok and probably Instagram, but I know that I found her on TikTok. And her @ is author Lindsay Rain, LINDSAYREIGN. And then author has the normal spelling. Her female main character's name is Amelia. She has been captured by two thugs that are trying to get information from her. She's a lot more than they bargained for, though, so she quickly takes them down. So, she's a mafia lady. Here's the duet blurb. What do a dom, a switch, and two unstable assassins have in common? They all have an obsession over one woman. The problem? 3 have been assigned to kill her, and the other works for her. Emilia has rivals that are desperate to dethrone her, and she's not about to let 3 masked men waltz in and destroy the kingdom she's built. But as the chips fall and give way to the truth, will they be able to put aside their differences and work together in their quest for retribution? This queen will not bend the knee so easily. Declan, Silas, Hayden, and Hector must choose between love and vengeance, between the secrets of their past and the truth of their future. All the cards have been dealt, but who will have that final ace up their sleeve? It doesn't seem like the boys are prepared to fold and lose the queen in their hands, but they're gambling with more than just chips now. 1 queen, 2 aces, 2 eights. A dead man's hand it does make. It's a vibe. And I am here for it. So, ooh, tripped out a little. The snippet part of it, which is like an excerpt out of the book, is the following. Your boss is going to be really disappointed that you kidnapped the wrong person, isn't he? I say, my voice teetering on the edge of a taunt. I know I'm pushing my luck at this point. It's never a wise decision to poke a cornered feral animal. What makes you think we're working for someone else? Hector whispers from behind me. Because I can't help but smile as my voice trails off. Making them talk always seems to lull them into a false sense of control. Rookie mistake. My hands come up above my head and grip Hector's upper arm. I use that leverage to kick out. The toe of my boot connects with Ty's groin and he doubles over. Without missing a beat, I throw my elbow back into Hector's solar plexus. He grunts and loosens his hand in my hair slightly. My heel comes down and smashes against his foot. Hector staggers back as I whirl around to face him. I take the heel of my right hand and smack it quickly against his nose. Cartilage crunches under his mask. My final move is a swift kick in the balls. He slumps to the ground with a loud groan. Thank you, Miss Congeniality, for that nifty tutorial. Hector lifts his head with narrowed eyes, but it's Ty that finds his voice first. You're just a means to an end, he spits, his voice no more than a broken whisper. You are an expendable. I come around and connect the top of my boot to his face, permanently silencing him. I'm a fucking queen, I snap. I bend down and retrieve Hector's discarded gun, my fingers loosely curving over the grip and trigger. I point the barrel down at him as he pulls himself into a sitting position. So she ain't taking nothing from these boys. Okay. Let's see. We've got Deville Forgot, and I think we've got Sunny on here right now. Thank y'all for joining. I'm going to hop back into the book that I'm working on, which has a strong female character that's very much like scorned woman on a time travel journey. I think I opened the wrong file. I did. I opened the wrong dang file. Let's try this one more time. I swear this is killing me. Show me the list. Right? Oh, dang it. It's because I'm not on chapter 3. I'm on chapter 4. I forgot I finished, I think, last night. Maybe not. Hold on. No, I'm in chapter 3. What the hell? All right, I guess I will do chapter 4. Okay. Chapter 5. I'm on chapter 5, which is good. Okay. Hi, T. Thank you for the likes. My day's going pretty good. It is Fem Audio Takeover Day. So we're rocking and rolling and recording some really incredible stuff from female authors, some content about strong female characters. If they've gone on a journey, especially if they're like finding themselves or, showing some kind of strength. So that's how the story that I'm currently working on, that's the point of it, is it's a kind of a scorned woman on a time travel journey, and she kind of starts figuring out how to maybe live life without being so um, bitter and resentful and all of that. Okay, so just to recap, if you are interested, she's already traveled in time. She went missing from her current time, and her friend is looking for her friend Muriel. And now she is. It's a lot of a recap. If you're watching and you want a recap, go ahead and comment, and I'll do it on my next break. I'll do a recap, which will be here in a few minutes, and then we'll go from there. But I got to start recording. Chapter 5. Steerman. While he's talking for the next 15 minutes, he checks every nook and cranny of the plane. That'll about cover a pre-flight inspection. Why don't you help me push this thing out of the hangar and let's get her in the air? Why did you do all this checking of everything? Well, heck, if something goes wrong while we're flying, we can't just pull over to the side of the road and fix it, can we? I'd have a heck of a time replacing a flat tire in mid-flight. Pre-flight inspection is the most important and last chance we have to catch anything that might need some attention. Good point, I say. Well, she didn't have an accent. Good point, I say, while heaving on one of the handholds behind the tail. While heaving on one of the handholds. I say, while heaving on one of the handholds by the tail. The plane is surprisingly light and rolls out of the old barn with little effort. Once outside, Frank spins the plane around and points it down a long dirt landing strip. He jumps up on one wing and leans over it. Wing. He jumps up on one wing and leans over into the back seat compartment to fiddle with something. When he comes back up, he says, "Well, what the heck? Why don't you get in the front seat there and we'll be on our way?" The front seat? I say, "I'm not going to drive this plane." "No." He smiles and hops off. "No." He smiles and hops off the wing. Most of the piloting stuff. Oh, dang. Most of the piloting stuff is in the rear compartment. I'll be back there. He walks around the front of the plane and rotates the big wooden propeller almost 2 full revolutions. "Why are you doing that?" I ask. "I've got to prime the cylinders. Get a little gas into them before we kick her over, or else this beast is impossible to start." He runs around the wing and jumps up and leans over into his compartment again, just as I'm settling into my seat. Let's see. We gotta raise up. Oh, nope, wrong arrow. Gonna raise up a little. Because I need to sit up a little more. Sometimes words are hard. I've got to prime the cylinders. Get a little gas into them before we kick her over, or else this beast is impossible to start. He runs around the wing and jumps up and leans over into his compartment again, just as I'm settling into my seat. There's a seat harness that crosses over your shoulders. Clip both sides in place and adjust them so they're snug against you. He jumps off the wing and runs back around to the propeller. With the snap of his arms, he pulls hard down on one edge, and from the first movement, the engine lets out a shotgun explosion. It looks to me like Frank gets out of the way in time. It looks to me like Frank gets out of the way in time before the other end of the propeller slices around. The engine leaps into life. He sprints back around the wing and hops into the driver's compartment. He adjusts the speed of the roaring engine to an idle as he settles into the seat. That was a weird cadence, I think. Yeah, that was a little too. He settles into the seat. He sprints back around the wing and hops into the driver's compartment. He adjusts the speed of the roaring engine to an idle as he settles into the seat. He lifts his right hand and, with a clenched fist, he pops up his thumb high into the air and gives me almost all of his teeth in a boyish grin. Wanting to hear more about his menopause experiences, I realize while this engine is running, there will only be hand signal That's a weird sentence. He told her he likes feisty women. He asked her if she was postmenopausal or if she was menopausal because he liked her being mean to him. Just as a weird little tidbit. Wanting to hear more about his menopause experiences, I realize while this engine is running, there will only be hand signal communications. He taps my shoulder and points to a leather cap he's holding up in his hand. He indicates that I have one somewhere on the right side of my seat. I search to find it tucked between the seat and the floor. I slide it over my head and tuck my hair, then position the goggles over my eyes. I wish I had a mirror. I must look like Amelia Earhart. After a few minutes, the engine begins to build in speed and intensity. My heart skips when the little air machine begins to roll up to the beginning of the makeshift runway. I guess I'm going to fly all the way to San Francisco. In this pre-World War II biplane. Okay. I guess I'm going to fly all the way to San Francisco in this pre-World War II biplane. I guess I'm going to fly all the way to San Francisco in this pre-World War. Why is this sentence so hard? I guess I'm going to fly all the way to San Francisco in this pre-World War II biplane. I guess I'm going to trust that this man knows enough about flying that he's going to get me safely there and maybe back without crashing the thing or getting us lost. Oh well, I think. It's too late to think about these things now. It's too late to get... Okay. Oh well, I think. It's too late to think about these things now. The plane is already racing along the runway. The engine screams. The wind whips around me. The bumping and grinding of the seat I'm sitting in disappears. The bumping and grinding of the seat I'm sitting in disappears. The ground drops away, and the plane begins a slow climb into the noon air. Once we leave the ground, much of the straining of the engine smooths out, and I feel like we are moving over a cushion of clouds. Frank leans the plane over to the left, and I look down on his minuscule ranch house. Minuscule ranch house and disappearing airstrip. Frank leans the plane over to the left, and I look down on his minuscule ranch house and disappearing airstrip. Within minutes, we are flying over another minuscule landmark, though I can hardly recognize it from the air. It's the Mohawk gas station I'd seen on the north end of Fort Bragg 2 days earlier that helps me to recognize the rest of the town. It's the Mohawk gas station I'd seen on the north end of Fort Bragg 2 days earlier that helps me to recognize the rest of the town. It's not too many minutes later that Mendocino comes into view. It's not the town that I recognize so much as the arched bridge over the big river and Mendocino Bay, two very distinctive landmarks. And it goes that way for the next 3 hours. There are many settlements I don't recognize, but having traveled up the coast, not across the coast. But having traveled up the coast by car more times than I can count, I easily recognize Albion, Point Arena, Jenner, at Jenner at the head of the Russian River. I need to make sure I'm saying this right. Albion. Okay, I had it right. Just making sure it wasn't like Albion or something. Albion. All right. Hi, Tinsley. Just saw you pop up. Davi, sorry. I'm glad you are still on here. There are many settlements I don't recognize, but having traveled up the coast by car more times than I can count, I easily recognize Albion, Point Arena, Jenner at the head of the Russian River, Bodega Bay, and Tomales Bay. At Point Reyes, I get my first glimpse of the twin towers of the Golden Gate Bridge. Ran out of breath. At Point Reyes, I get my first glimpse of the twin towers of the Golden Gate Bridge and the crystalline San Francisco beyond it. Frank taps me on the shoulder for the 1,000th time and points to my right and out to sea at the Farallon. I'm overthinking these pronunciations, I think. Farallon. See, I would have done Farallon and that would have been dumb. Farallon. Farallon Islands. Okay. Okay. Farallon. Frank taps me on the shoulder for the 1,000th time and points to my right and out to sea at the Farallon Islands, some 20 miles west of San Francisco. Frank taps me on the shoulder for the 1,000th time and points to my right and out to sea at the Farallon Islands, some 20 miles west of San Francisco. From this height, everything has an air of untouched virginity. I feel as if whatever is down there is there for me and Frank to explore, without the reality of a congested city. The closer we get to San Francisco, the more convinced I am that the city is empty of people, abandoned and waiting for Frank and I to wander its streets. The closer we get to San Francisco, the more convinced I am that the city is empty of people, abandoned and waiting for Frank and I to wander its streets and alleys without seeing another soul. Once directly over the Golden Gate Bridge, my aloneness is dispelled when I see a half-dozen cars driving on the bridge, 2 going north, 4 going into the city itself. Although we are high above any of the ancient towered structures, Frank still gives the city a wide berth, flying around the east side and over the Bay Bridge. Although we are high above any of the ancient towered structures, Frank still gives the city a wide berth, flying around the east side and over the Bay Bridge. Another 6 or 8 cars travel back and forth on the two-way deck. I look at my watch, 3:45, and wonder that this is rush hour in 1948. In my time, even during the darkest hours of Sunday morning, the bridge is still packed with hundreds of cars and trucks. We fly along the endless piers lining the bay. We fly along the endless piers lining the bay and finally swing around to line up facing an old airstrip I never knew existed on top of the hill in the very... Try this one more time. Thank you for the likes. We fly along the endless piers, lining the bay, and finally swing around to line up. We fly along the endless piers lining the bay, and finally swing around to line up facing an old airstrip I never knew existed on top of the hill in the very separate town of Daly City. I think I got cut off. Yeah, I messed that up. One more time. We fly along the endless piers lining the bay and finally swing around to line up facing an old airstrip I never knew. Whoa, that is very like blah, 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 monotone. All right, let me practice this. We fly along the endless piers lining the bay and finally swing around to line up facing an old airstrip I never knew existed on top of the hill in the very separate town of Daly City. We fly along the endless piers lining the bay and finally swing around to line up facing an old airstrip I never knew existed on top of the hill in the very separate town of Daly City. In a 15-minute period of time, we line up on the runway, begin to drop altitude, and it feels like almost crash land on the dirt airstrip. Frank pulls the plane over to the makeshift hangar and kills the engine. The silence is deafening. "Well," he says, unsnapping his harness and climbing out of the plane. "What do you think?" My butt is buzzing. My ears are ringing. My whole body's still vibrating at the same speed the engine has been running for the last 4 hours. "It was fantastic," I say, beginning to take my leather helmet off. "I need to find myself a hot bath and a margarita." "Not a problem," he says. "Keep that helmet on and we'll have you settled into a tub within the hour." I'm thinking that now we've landed, how are we going to get around on the ground? How anything short of calling a cab will get to this? Will we get to this? Whew. How, anything short of calling a cab, will we get to this fabled bath and margarita? I'm ready to voice my concern while Frank is attaching the wheels of the plane to chains bolted to the ground. When he snakes his arm through mine and walks me over behind the little airport shack. Under a shed roof stands the most ancient, faded red motorcycle I've ever seen. It's a 1927 Indian inline 4. Kind of a junky old bike, but it runs better than my plane. I'm thinking if this thing runs better than his plane, then maybe I was taking more of my own life in my hands than I thought. I'm thinking if this thing runs better than his plane, then maybe I was taking more of my own life in my hands than I thought. I'm constantly having to fix this or that on the plane. That damn thing costs me more money than you can believe to keep her in the air. But this old bike is rock solid. I can leave it sitting here. But this old bike is rock solid. I can leave it sitting here for months, then get on it and ride for days. It always starts and it always runs. Except for changing spark plugs once in a while, I don't think I've ever laid a wrench to it. He steps over, fiddles with a few levers, swings a leg over the rotting leather seat, and kicks the foot pedal one time. The engine roars into life, and he motions me to get on. Oh, what the hell. I just risked my life with this man for the last 4 hours. Why not put my life in his hands once more? Once I'm settled on the back, he clanks the shifter into position, and we gently pull away from the wonderful red plane, the little box of an airport shack, and down a deeply rutted dirt road to the edge of the airport property. Once out on the paved road, the ride is smoother, but smooth is not one of this machine's fortes, and we bump along for 15 minutes past block after block of ancient houses, gas stations, little mom and pop grocery stores, getting closer and closer to the street where my house will one day be built. Blocks from my street, Frank pulls off the main drag and down a little alley. We turn again into a long driveway and pull back behind a mobile service station with a large sign of a red flying horse. Nestled off the main boulevard is a small Art Deco period motel. Frank pulls up, parks the bike in front of the office, turns the engine off, and everything is silent again. I want it to stay silent for the rest of my life. I don't want to hear another motor running, another breath of air whistling past my ears. I don't want anything but a hot bath. He says, "Come on in and we'll get the key." Key, I'm thinking. "Hold it 1 minute, pal," I say. "I signed on for this crazy ride into the city, but don't think I'm going to be sharing. That's what I like about older women. You say what you mean. There ain't no beating around the bush. We got separate rooms," he says. "Right next to one another, if that's okay." Oh. In my room, the first thing I do is begin filling the old clawfoot tub with the hottest water I can stand. I've agreed to meet Frank in 2 hours for dinner, but I'm beginning to think, as I slip down into the hot water, that 2 hours is not going to be enough. Chapter 5 is done. Recording, at least. So we can save that, and then we will move into chapter 6. I'm gonna eat my snack for a minute. I'm gonna finish this snack. I'm kind of trying to do the carnivore diet. Ooh. I need to make sure I have my 3 o'clock alarm set. Three, 4. I'm gonna do the 5 p.m. And then I might take a break at 5, because as of right now, I am registered for Carmen Chantel's live event. And that is supposed to be at 8. So yeah, I'll be on that at 8 o'clock. I just may need to take a couple hours to rest before. Okay. Hi, Sims Leviosa. I'm so sorry if y'all can hear me chewing. I did not even think about that till just now. I've been told I chew loud. Okay. Let's see. Alrighty. I've got 9 minutes until the next snippet read. So what I'm going to do is check my email really quick. See if there's anything new over there. Okay. Okay. Nothing super new and noteworthy there, so we will record the intro for chapter 6, I believe. And actually, no, I'll just go ahead and pop up the snippet I need to read. Okay, so for this Fem audio takeover snippet that I'm going to be reading at 3 o'clock, which is in 6 minutes, I'll go ahead and give you the backstory from it. It is, the book is called Nymph on the Rocks, and it is described as being a cozy monster romance, which I think is a really fun descriptor. So the book story blurb is this: Victor Spells is down on his luck. Kicked out of the rock band he helped build, left to rot as the bartender to the worst bar in town, and currently sleeping on the couch of his ex-boyfriend. Things look grim for the struggling, half-fiend musician who just can't catch a break. That is, until Olivia Muse walks in the door, wanting a stiff drink. Olivia is the supermodel of King's Fall. Agency loves her, booked solid, general public sweetheart, aloof and afloat in life. Until it all comes crashing down one night when she realizes her closest friends are her worst enemies. Everything feels fake. But Victor, he's real. Really funny, flirty, and energetic. He's more than just a bartender taking pity on a pretty woman. Cozy monster romance. Again, this is by Lizzie Strong. That's the author. You can find her on TikTok and Instagram at Lizzie Strong Author. And it's LIZZIESTRONG author. So the other piece of background on this, she put a scene in here, which is the snippet out of the book, and it's a dialogue exchange between two of her female characters. One's name is Hera. She is very Regina George coded from Mean Girls. So if you're a Mean Girls fan, this might be for you. She's snippy, upturned, knows at people, thinks she's better than everyone. A snake of a friend. That's how the author describes Hera. Olivia is very sweet, usually, until this scene where, like in Mean Girls, Katie, just snaps. This is Olivia's snap moment. Okay. I'm going to do the intro for my chapter 6 on the book I'm working on, and then I'll read the snippet whenever my alarm goes off at 3. Chapter 6, San Francisco. Okay. Hi, Ashton. I wish I had a better way to see who's currently watching. Someone earlier on the stream said that sometimes it only says that like 1 or 2 people are watching, but really it's more than that. So I wish I knew how to actually see that. I wish I could see more like up-to-date current thing of who's watching. Right now I only see 2 people. I see, I believe, Ashton, and I see Davi. So if you're not Ashton or Davi and you're watching, drop a little emoji or something in here, and that way I can tell if TikTok's actually telling me who's on or not. And it's almost snippet time. What? Shoot. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Hold on. I gotta handle something. I'll be right back. back. Um, Mom life never stops. And it's time for a snippet read. So, this snippet is from a book titled Nymph on the Rocks, written by Lizzie Strong. This scene is very Mean Girls dialogue exchange between two of the female characters. One of the female characters has been sober for 10 years and has just kind of rediscovered herself and figured out how to have fun sober. And the other girl, Hera, is accusing her of being drunk. So Olivia gets a little upset because she's been working real hard on her sobriety. So here we go. Are you sobering up in there? Rage burst a hot pocket of stored lava inside her. Olivia snatched the bathroom stall door, and ripped it open. She stepped out and glared at Hera, leaning against the wall. Excuse me? I asked if you were sobering up. She smirked. I'm not drunk. Olivia rounded the stalls to the sink. Could have fooled me, Hera snickered. Something audibly snapped within her skull. The gushing, deadly desire that once pumped through her turned to poison. She felt rage, hot enough to boil her eyeballs. Olivia whipped around to face her. Why are you such a heinous bitch? What? Hera pushed off the wall. You heard me, you insufferable shrew. Why are you such a heinous bitch? Are you so miserable and lonely that the only joy you experience is trying to put others down? Olivia grabbed paper towels and slapped them against her wet palms. Hera stood, mouth ajar, forehead pinched at the center. Her pitched scoff echoed in the bathroom. I am not lonely. Right. The walking red flag. Great pick. Tell me, did you flirt with him because you know he hates Victor? Or because he's the only human to suffer your endless attitude? Does he still like teen girls, or do you just wear pigtails? Hera's mouth flapped as Olivia tossed her paper towels into the bin. Like I thought, because you can dish it out, but you can't take it. Olivia sneered, brushing past her toward the door. You want to talk about me being a bitch? Macy and I both think you're... Olivia held the door open as she twisted around to glare at Hera. I don't give a shit what you and Macy think. Ah! Hera's face flushed as she tossed her arms out to the side. Should I tell her too? No need. I'll tell her. Olivia let go of the door, feeling it swing shut behind her. Shoulders squared, spine straight, she strode through the dining hall back toward their table. With every step, her spine turned to steel. This time, she's done. No more fake friends. No more glossing over their bullshit. No more. Lex, thank you so much. No, I did not know that I was muted. I clicked the mute earlier, but I think I double clicked it, and I thought I took myself off mute, and I was not. So, did you hear any of the snippet I read? Probably not. I guess if you just got on, have you heard anything? Or have you been on for a while? Okay, I'll do it all again. Darn it. I did not mean to be muted for this part. Sometimes I do mute if I have to do content that like goes against TikTok's community guidelines. Like if it's spicy content, we're not supposed to read it out loud. We kind of have to be selective in what we share regarding that. Um, Whoopsie. Okay, so I'm going to read this again. So if you don't know already, if you haven't seen anything, today is Fem Audio Takeover, and basically that means that female narrators, female authors, authors in general that have stories that showcase strong female leads or a female character that finds her voice or finds her strength or story like that. We're trying to elevate those and we're trying to flood the For You page um, and the feeds and everything on TikTok, Instagram, and other social platforms with content that elevates like femme voices. So, Femme Audio Takeover is the name of the game today. And what I'm doing is every hour on the hour, I'm going to read a snippet from an author submission, and I'm going to give you the scene that they gave me that's the snippet, and I'm also going to give you a blurb and kind of an overview of whatever the book is. So, this book for the scene that I just read on mute, but now I'm going to read out loud, is called also, I don't know if you just heard that, but I live on a ranch, and so sometimes you'll hear random cow moos if they end up, like, close to the house, 'cause I this is an exterior wall right here that's very well insulated, but if you've ever been around cows, they moo really loud, and it's a deep bass that travels, so just fun little tidbit. Anyway, this book um that I'm gonna read read this snippet from is called Nymph on the Rocks, and it was submitted by the author Lizzie Strong, and it's described as being a cozy monster romance. And if you're not familiar with Lizzie Strong, you should go find her on TikTok because her TikTok is hilarious, and her vibe of her books and everything is really cool because it's, characters that are very coded towards, like, pop culture characters that we know and love from TV shows, movies, books, whatever, and she gives them just, like, a different vibe, and it's like the monster romance layer of it too, so the whole thing is just very interesting, and it's really, really funny and entertaining, and her stuff is very much, like, kick your feet and giggle while you read it, so in a lot of ways, so and then she has profound, like, serious stuff too, but I thoroughly enjoy her take on these characters that are coded like other characters we know and love. So, that being said, this snippet she sent me, is a scene out of the book, and it is a dialogue exchange between 2 of the female characters in the book, Olivia and Hera. Olivia has been on a sobriety journey for about 10 years, and she's finally figured out how to have fun as just being herself without any kind of enhancement, whether it be alcohol or medicinal or whatever. So she's feeling really good. And then Hera is a friend that is not a friend. She's actually an enemy. And so Olivia is just now figuring that out because Hera is giving her a hard time thinking that she's drunk. And so Hera is very Regina George coded from Mean Girls. And so she's snippy, upturned nose at people, thinks she's better than everyone, a snake of a friend, that kind of person. Olivia is typically very sweet until this scene where she kind of has her snap moment like Caddy does in Mean Girls. So that's the backstory. That's what we're doing in this scene. And here we go. Are you sobering up in there? Rage burst a hot pocket of stored lava inside her. Olivia snatched the bathroom stall door and ripped it open. She stepped out and glared at Hera, leaning against the wall. "Excuse me?" "I asked if you were sobering up." She smirked. "I'm not drunk." Olivia rounded the stalls to the sink. "Could have fooled me." Hera snickered. Something audibly snapped within her skull. The gushing, deadly desire that once pumped through her turned to poison. She felt rage hot enough to boil her eyeballs. Olivia whipped around to face her. "Why are you such a heinous bitch?" "What?" Hera pushed off the wall. "You heard me, you insufferable shrew. Why are you such a heinous bitch? Are you miserable and lonely? Are you so miserable and lonely that the only joy you experience is trying to put others down?" Olivia grabbed paper towels and slapped them against her wet palms. Hera stood, mouth ajar, forehead pinched at the center. Her pitched scoff echoed in the bathroom. "I am not lonely." "Right. The walking red flag. Great pick. Tell me, did you flirt with him because you know he hates Victor? Or because he's the only human to suffer your endless attitude? Does he still like teen girls, or do you just wear pigtails?" Hera's mouth flapped as Olivia tossed her paper towels into the bin. "Like I thought, because you can dish it out, but you can't take it." Olivia sneered, brushing past her toward the door. "Do you want to talk about me being a bitch? Macy and I both think you're—" Olivia held the door open. Olivia held the door open as she twisted around to glare at Hera. "I don't give a shit what you and Macy think." Ah! Hera's face flushed as she tossed her arms out to the side. "Should I tell her too?" "No need. I'll tell her." Olivia let go of the door, feeling it swing shut behind her. Shoulders squared, spine straight, she strode through the dining hall back toward their table. With every step, her spine turned to steel. This time, she's done. No more fake friends. No more glossing over their bullshit. No more. If you want to know more, like the blurb of the book or any of the stuff, background with the story, just comment and let me know, and I'll share that too. But other than that, we will be on the submission from Lindsay Rain, which is like a mafia girly. She's in charge. She's like the mafia leader. That's going to be up at 4 o'clock. So about 45 minutes. Okay, let's see. Amber, are you still on or did you leave? Okay. Okay. Now we got to get going on chapter 6 of The Courtship of DMHVW. Let's see. All right. Where's my book? There we go. Chapter 6. Here we go. Katybug998. That's a fun username. Thanks for joining. I'm glad you're here. Okay. The 2 hours goes by and I finish my tub, get dressed, and find myself sitting around with an old wooden box radio at my bedside to look at. About the time I decide to turn it on and listen to some music, Frank knocks at my door. When I open it, I'm knocked over at the dashing figure standing in front of me. "Frank," I say, "where did you get that suit? And I love the hat. It makes you look so Humphrey Bogartish." Okay. 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 I don't want my phone to be buzzing unnecessarily. really? He says. I was hoping for that effect. I went and bought the suit while you were taking your bath. Just for tonight? I ask. Uh-huh. Oh, well, I'm flattered, but I have nothing else to wear other than this. You look great, he says. If you want, we can go downtown and get you something more fitting for an evening on the town. I'd love to. If you're ready, the cab is here and we can be off. If you're ready, the cab is here and we can be off. To North Beach, he says to the cabbie after we walk down the stairs to the cab. He stands with our back door open. Okay, that makes sense. It didn't make sense at the time. Why is that dog barking so loud? I don't know. He says to the cabbie after we walk down the stairs to the cab. He stands with our back door open. Once we are seated, he closes the door for us and runs around the car to the driver's door. When he settles himself behind the wheel, he turns to us. Mamma mia, my cousin Vincent's restaurant has the best Italian in the city, and I can get you a discount. Frank says, Luigi's on Van Ness. That's not Frank's voice. I don't know what I was just doing. And I can get you a discount. That's Russian. I can get you a discount. I can get you a discount. Discount. And I can get you a discount. Frank says, Luigi's on Van Ness. Ah, yes, but Luigi's is not the best food and portions are small. Vinny's has it all. Still, Frank says. Why am I trying to do Russian? I need to be doing Italian. I don't know. I don't know what's happening. Ah, yes, but Luigi's is not the best food, and portions are small. Vinny's has it all. Luigi's on Van Ness. Still, Frank says, take us to Luigi's. Ah, yes, but Vinny's wife will be disappointed, Frank says. Van Ness. The cabbie frowns, turns toward the front, and starts the engine of this comfortable ancient car. When he pulls out on 19th Street, he says, while looking in the mirror, I can take you on a tour of the city after your meal. I've got my own tour I'll take her on. With that, the cabbie turns on his radio, with Jimmy Dorsey busting out his big band sound. It's also 1940s. I'm looking out the window of a city that is empty of cars. Traveling the entire length of 19th Street, we pass only a few cars. I whisper, in my time, this street would have been packed with cars, bumper to bumper. Frank raises his eyebrows. Shouldn't everyone be at home? Shouldn't everyone be home eating dinner? Good question. I never thought about it much, but I always would be at home and definitely not out driving at this time of night. Good question. I never thought about it much, but I always would be at home and definitely not out driving around at this time of night. I never thought about it much, but I always would be at home and definitely not out driving around at this time of night. We drive down an empty street, looking at the same architecture, the same cross pattern street designs, even once in the park, the same wooded, lost in forest feeling I experienced in my time. On the other side of the park, our cabbie makes a right and drives down Grant Street toward the bay. We climb over the hill, look out on the downtown. We climb over the hill, looking out on the downtown district, and everything is different. Any resemblance of 1948 San Francisco would have with the San Francisco of my time stops at the end of the Sunset District. Any resemblance of 1948 San Francisco? No, of. The of needs to be taken out. Come on, man. Let's try this again. Oh, dang it. Any resemblance 1948 San Francisco would have with the San Francisco of my time stops at the end of the Sunset District. The high-rise monolith structures are missing, and in their place are minuscule structures. The design of the buildings, even the placement of the buildings, are unrecognizable. Over the top of the hill and down the leeward side We get swallowed up by tightly stacked buildings. Our driver turns left and drives north up Van Ness for 12 blocks, then pulls over to the sidewalk. He shifts his metal flag down, and I can see him calculate our fare in his head. Italian, you might should think about it. My cousin's restaurant is the best. You might should think about it. My cousin's restaurant is the best. To add to his declaration, he kisses the ends of his fingertips and raises his hand to the ceiling. Frank says, "We're sticking with Luigi's. In the end, you will be sad." Frank opens the door and pulls some change from his pocket. "How much?" The cabbie gives me a sad face and, with resignation in his voice, says, "That'll be 35 cents. Frank slips him 2 quarters and says, "Keep the change." The cabbie grunts as we get out. Frank points ahead of us. "Around the corner. I hope you like Italian." I love Italian. I snake my arm through his, and we saunter around the corner to a smell of garlic and onions. From down the block, I hear a tenor voice of someone singing in an Italian. From down the block, I hear a tenor voice of someone singing in an Italian dialect. The sound of a mandolin plunks away to accompany him. Halfway down the street, Frank walks me into the very building where a huge man rolls out long, romantic verses in Italian or Greek. I can't tell. Halfway down the street, Frank walks me into the very building where a huge man rolls out long, romantic verses in Italian or Greek. I can't tell. We're seated by what seems is the singer's twin brother, both roly-poly beyond belief, with huge smiles, like this is the very thing they love doing, one to sing and the other to wait on customers. One to sing and the other to wait on their customers. The first brother finishes his song with a last rolling, thunderous note and bows deeply as 6 patrons, including us, applaud loudly. A few bravos are thrown in as the brother exits beyond the swinging door into the back. The second brother steps up with 2 glasses of water and, in deep Italian dialect, asks, "A glass of a special vino we just got in from the old country?"
pronounce every single letter of a word. For example, the word perfect will become perfect, perfect. Second, with the words ending in a consonant, add a little in the end. For example, good, bad, etc. Third, avoid unclear vowel sound. For example, the word good, the vowel O is pronounced a little bit between the O and the U. So instead of saying good, just say good, good. Four, the TH sound, forget about it. Just put a T or a D, depends on the word. For example, this with a D, or thank you with a T. Now put it all together, add a little bit of musicality, Italian style, and the final result would be something like, this pasta was perfect, man. Can I have some more, please? Very, very good. Thank you. Here's how to do a perfect Italian accent. First,
guys, have you ever wanted to hear yourself, like your voice, in a different language?
Let's curse in Italian. I'm about to teach you.
The thing about Italians, though, like if you go to Italy and you don't speak Italian, like you can just say ciao, they're very impressed.
Yes.
They're like, oh, wow, lui parla bene, dai. France, I was in this.
On y va. Okay, right, let's talk about this one.
Accents that are underutilized in fantasy. Italian. So Italy, fairly undeniably, has had one of the largest cultural impacts of any country.
Italians love being like, oh, I love being Italian, the food, the passion. You know what they're not talking about, though?
POV, your Italian friend gets hit on every...
Yeah, can I get a pizza pie?
What's a pizza pie?
You know, pie pizza, large.
I don't know what a pizza pie is. I don't have pie. Okay, I have pizza. Do you want pizza?
Sure, I'll have...
Pizza, what do you like?
Yeah.
Pizza. What pizza would you like?
Okay, fine. I'll have a Hawaiian pizza, you know, the one with the pineapple.
We don't have pineapple on pizza in Italy. Do you understand this? Do you understand this? Please leave my shop. Please leave my shop. Leave. I'll show you the exit. No. Get an Uber. Get an Uber.
Okay, this is not difficult. Adoro cantare e ballare.
Me vale. Me vale.
What did you say? You wanted to buy what?
Okay. We're gonna wing it. A glass of a special vino we just got in from the old country. A glass of a special vino we just got in from the old country. How do we feel about that? A glass of a special vino we just got in from the old country. Leonardo, you have the best wines in all of San Francisco. I will only be happy with your best. The big man smiles. Ah, a man of good taste. In a moment, he comes out with 2 half-full glasses and gingerly, for such a big man, sets the glasses down, then offers us 2 menus. Once we have ordered and are sipping our wine, the first brother fills the restaurant by singing 3 Italian songs. Once we have ordered and are sipping our wine, the first brother fills the restaurant by singing 3 Italian songs. I don't understand a word, but I understand the emotion. By the time he is finished, life has a rose-colored glow and our food arrives. Although the food is fantastic, better than I could possibly get in my time, there's a surreal quality about the entire scene. Frank looks more and more like Humphrey Bogart, and the restaurant is Ricky's in Casablanca, and I'm Ingrid Bergman. Ingrid Bergman? It's not. Bodyman. Bodyman. Oh. Hmm. Ingrid. Is it Ingrid Bergman or Ingrid Bodyman? Because that is. She's a Swedish actress. I know she's in Casablanca. Bodman. Ingrid Bodyman. Ah. Learn something new every day. And I'm Ingrid Bodyman. Don't I wish? I'm waiting for Frank to say something Bogart. Frank and I are giggling and joking with one another and our waiter. Frank and I are giggling and joking with one another and our waiter. At the end of the evening, the two brothers sing together in an opera-like duo, playing off one another's baritone and tenor voices. The most amazing thing is they aren't on stage. They don't have microphones. One brother is wiping the tables while the other is stacking dishes under the counter. They sing together in perfect harmony as they would in their own home. The food was without equal, the entertainment stupendous. The company, though still a little nervous around him, with the one glass of wine in my system, I'm able to loosen up and enjoy his company, really enjoy him, maybe for the first time. Although they say nothing, we realize we are the last patrons in the little restaurant and they're sweeping the floors. We step out onto the sidewalk and I still can't get over the relative silence while standing in the middle of this city. This is a city that I couldn't cross the street any time of the day or night without the traffic signals because of the never-ending throng of automobiles. Frank and I stroll up Union Street, casually walking by closed shops and corner grocery stores. In my time, no one In my time, no one would dare walk up this street in the dark. Oh, really? Why in the world not? You wouldn't get 2 blocks before you got mugged. Really? Well, this is the safest of the neighborhoods. This is the Italian neighborhood. No one sets foot in this area with those intentions. That is, if they know what's good for them. The Italians have this neighborhood pretty sewn up. Now, down in the Bowery along the wharf, or in the Tenderloin, one might expect something like a mugging. But up here, people like that simply disappear, and usually permanently. I think I've lost my ability to do a male voice for a minute. But up here, people like that simply disappear, and usually permanently. False. Really? Well, this is the safest of the neighborhoods. This is the Italian neighborhood. No one sets foot in this area with those intentions. That is, if they know what's good for them. The Italians have this neighborhood pretty sewn up. Now, down in the Bowery along the wharf, or in the Tenderloin, one might expect something like a mugging. But up here, people like that simply disappear, and usually permanently. Well, times sure change. We stroll along for a bit without saying anything. At each corner, the view of the Golden Gate Bridge and San Francisco Bay are inspiring. I can't hold it in any longer, and I ask, just before we left, you were saying something about your former wife and her menopause. I've never met anyone who liked a woman on permanent PMS. I've never met anyone who liked a woman on permanent PMS. Most men are scared of a woman in her full power. We live in a world that constantly tries and most times succeeds in keeping women and minorities down. I see a woman in menopause as her entire being fighting that one last fight to break free of society's bonds. The amazing thing is that she isn't doing it consciously. I say, In my time, when women begin into this most scary stage of their life, the doctors have a cornucopia of drugs and pills that will calm her. Oh, really? He says. I didn't mean it to have that vibe. Oh, really? He says. What on earth do they want to do that for? I don't know, but I think that's why Bill left me for the little bimbo. Frank stops, turns, and looks at me. What do you mean? Well, Bill and I hadn't been getting along for a while. He wanted me to continue. He wanted me to continue being the way I had been for all the years of our friendship. Relationship. Why'd I say friendship? They were married. That was weird. He wanted me to continue being the way I had been for all the years of our relationship. There had been a number of times that he wanted me to continue being the way I had been for all the years of our relationship. There had been a number of times that, exasperated, he would ask me to please make him breakfast like I used to, or why I stopped making the bed. You know, little stuff like that. I'd gotten sick of making the bed and making him breakfast. I'd gotten sick of doing all those little things that augmented his stupid little position. I'd gotten sick of doing all those little things that augmented his stupid little position in his silly corporate life. A little pissed off about that, are we? You're damn right I'm pissed. I just want to... Ooh, it's time for another snippet. Okay. So this is going to be Lindsay Rains. And Lindsay Rains' snippet is a very mafia boss, female mafia boss vibe, where she's a real badass character. So it's a really cool one. Her female main character's name is Amelia, and she is a petite, dark-haired firecracker that is a master of disguise, martial arts, and just being an awesome leader. She takes no shit and makes sure everyone knows it. That's her description. Here's the duet blurb. What do a dom, a switch, and two unstable assassins have in common? They all have an obsession over one woman. The problem? 3 have been assigned to kill her, and the other works for her. Amelia has rivals that are desperate to dethrone her. And she's not about to let 3 masked men waltz in and destroy the kingdom she's built. But as the chips fall and give way to the truth, will they be able to put aside their differences and work together in their quest for retribution? This queen will not bend the knee so easily. Declan, Silas, Hayden, and Hector must choose between love and vengeance, between the secrets of their past and the truth of their future. All the cards have been dealt, but who will have that final ace up their sleeve? It doesn't seem like the boys are prepared to fold and lose the queen in their hands, but they're gambling with more than just chips now. 1 queen, 2 aces, 2 eights. A dead man's hand it does make. Woo woo! And then the snippet is a scene out of the book, which is a really fun vibe. So here we go on the snippet. Your boss is going to be really disappointed that you kidnapped the wrong person, isn't he? I say, my voice teetering on the edge of a taunt. I know I'm pushing my luck at this point. It's never a wise decision to poke a cornered feral animal. What makes you think we're working for someone else? Hector whispers from behind me. Because I can't help but smile as my voice trails off. Making them talk always seems to lull them into a false sense of control. Rookie mistake. My hands come up above my head and grip Hector's upper arm. I use that leverage to kick out. The toe of my boot connects with Ty's groin and he doubles over. Without missing a beat, I throw my elbow back into Hector's solar plexus. He grunts and loosens his hand in my hair slightly. My heel comes down and smashes against his foot. Hector staggers back as I whirl around to face him. I take the heel of my right hand and smack it quickly against his nose. Cartilage crunches under his mask. My final move is a swift kick in the balls. He slumps to the ground with a loud groan. Thank you, Miss Congeniality, for that nifty tutorial. Hector lifts his head with narrowed eyes, but it's Ty that finds his voice first. You're just a means to an end, he spits, his voice no more than a broken whisper. You're an expendable. I come around and connect the top of my boot to his face, permanently silencing him. I'm a fucking queen. I snap. I bend down and retrieve Hector's discarded gun, my fingers loosely curving over the grip and trigger. I point the barrel down at him as he pulls himself into a sitting position. Again, that is Betting Blind by Lindsay Rain. Dead Man's Hand novel. Book 1 in a duet. All right, now we'll go back to, I gotta look on my camera outside and see what my dogs are barking at, and then we'll figure out what we got going on. think we're okay. Okay, I need to take a break for a second. I got to step away. I'm going to keep this going because I'll be back in just a few minutes. But I'm going to make a little "I'll be back soon" message. Share screen with the All right, I am back. I had to go check on everything around here and get some more fuel. Got a little cheese stick and a couple of beef jerky sticks and a Diet Coke. Because, sometimes you just have to have that little hit of aspartame and caffeine. I don't want to hear it. I know it's terrible. I know it's bad, but sometimes you need it. All right. We are in chapter 6 of The Courtship of DMHVW. That is the name of the book. The author is Nick Collier. The book showcases a female character who is very much a scorned woman on a time travel journey to discover herself or rediscover herself, I guess. So the good thing is it's Femme Audio Takeover Day. That's today, July 11th. And the story fits perfectly in the vein of that. So with that being said, I can pick up. We've got a good chunk of chapter 6 left. That's good. There's 14 chapters in the book, so we are almost halfway. Come on, zoom back in for me. There we go. Okay, who's still with me? I want to see if anyone is watching or what we're doing. I wonder if I can. No. We're not going to do that. Okay. Oh, no. All right. Okay, let's see. Save. Got no viewers. Oh, I need to link this. I don't think I even have. I have a YouTube, but I don't even think I have it linked to my TikTok or anything else. Dang, I need to do that. I'm gonna write myself a note. Real big. Link YouTube. To socials. And I also need to I'm gonna live stream. I'm gonna start streaming every work session that I do, and that way they're all on YouTube, and so people can go see what it's like, day in the life of an audiobook narrator, and then I know where all my little things are. Got everything all jacked up over here now. Darn it. I frantically went and grabbed stuff. I need a little trash can. Anyway. Squirrel. Sometimes it's like squirrel all over the place. Also, I had to take my jacket off because 2 things. 1, the microphones we use are very sensitive, so they pick up everything. And one thing that's a really big pain is having to go back and edit any weird like background sounds or anything out of it. So as narrators, we try everything in our power to have the raw audio be disturbance free. Good. That's why we have sound booths. That's why we have as many sound dampening things going on as we can. I'm actually going to add more to this wall because I can tell that I don't love the way that it's sounding, even though it's still okay. If you saw like behind my camera right now, like that wall is entirely foam, and then the wall to my right is entirely foam. There's one little doorway to get in here, and then this picture behind me is very pretty, but it also is a sound dampening material from Amazon. So I'm gonna do more of that in this space because I feel like you can't ever have too much. And I get weird like buzzes and rumbles from electricity or like AC or whatever. But I also don't run the AC for this part of the room because it's not loud. It just makes that like white noise kind of sound in the background when it comes on. And because it doesn't run the whole time, I end up with parts of my clips that have that sound and parts that don't. So I just want to do away with it altogether. So I just don't run the AC. And then luckily it's a really well insulated space. So I can run the AC the times that I'm not working and get it to where it's like tops, 70 degrees. I think I'm actually going to like get a little fan for this area so it ends up being colder. And then I start out with it being cold and I wear a sweatshirt. That way, by the time I finish during the day, like this part of the day, I can be in like a tank top and it feel fine. I think it's probably like 74 over here. I need to get one of those little thermometer things that'll tell me what it is. But yeah, that's the info that you didn't ask for. Behind the scenes, narrator info. All right, we're going to have one last drink of Diet Coke. And then Mango Wink. You were on yesterday, I think. I think I remember that username. Oh, you're gone. Now it says you're gone. Are you actually gone? If you're still here, comment because my one thing shows that you joined. You popped up for a second and now you're gone. Now it says joined again. So Mango Wink, if you're here, comment and then I'll say hi again. You're damn right I'm pissed. I just wanted to go take a pottery class or brush some paint on canvas. I was tired of playing nursemaid. The thing that makes me most angry, though, is instead of attempting to work it out with me and go through this trial by fire, he just chucked the whole thing, raided our bank accounts, and... Oh, that's a long sentence. I'm going to take a really big breath to get through this very long sentence. This sentence is a little over 4 lines. The thing that makes me most angry, though, is instead of attempting to work it out with me and go through this trial by fire, he just chucked the whole thing, raided our bank accounts, and split with a woman who was young enough to be his granddaughter. He left me with nothing except a mortgage and a stack of unpaid credit cards. Credit cards? Oh, you'll find out soon enough. I think it's the scourge of America. It's what's draining our country of its previous power. America in the 90s is almost a second-rate country. It is certainly a country that is laughed at by every other nation in the world. I don't know if you could hear that, but that's my kids. It's summer break. Let's see what they're doing. Hey, buddy.
Hey, buddy.
You're being loud.
You're being loud.
No, but I want to touch Henry.
You just want to what?
You just want to what?
I want to touch Henry.
Okay, if you want to play, then you've got to, right there, then you've got to be quiet, okay?
Be quiet, okay?
Can you whisper?
Can you whisper?
Okay, why don't you whisper play?
Whisper play.
I love you.
I love you.
Okay, we'll see how long that lasts. It is certainly a country that is laughed at by every other nation in the world. We've allowed ourselves to get so far into debt that there's no way to even begin to scratch the surface. Tell me about this concept of credit cards, he says. Can I even describe it in a nutshell? In the 90s, computers are God. Every bit of information. That's not whispering.
Not whispering.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Wow.
Oh, dang it. I didn't realize I was starting right there. Oh, my bad. Just one more time. Can I even describe it in a nutshell? In the 90s, computers are God. I don't like that. He says, can I even describe it in a nutshell? In the 90s, computers are God. Every bit of information is fed into these massive storage computers about every person on Earth. If a person has been good and paid all their bills on time, then the computer allows them to have... One second. Okay, I'm back. Ain't no hood like motherhood. Let me tell you about it. Mango Wink. Thank you. I work really hard on my articulation because I naturally kind of mumble sometimes whenever I speak because I tend to speak really fast in normal conversation. So I'm trying to be better about articulating and making sure that you can hear all of the syllables because I know that people are listening to a book and they're not reading the words in front of them. And so there's sometimes that I've been listening to a book and I would go, what did they say? And I don't like having to back it up and re-listen. Hey, buddy.
Hey, buddy.
You need to come shut my door.
You need to come shut my door.
I'm gonna show you the door.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Now it's shut. Okay. Okay. How do you do male voices? So I have a couple of answers to that. One is I have a kind of lower register female voice. So like the way that I'm talking right now is my normal. This is if you and I were having a conversation, I would be talking probably really fast and it would be kind of a little deeper like this. So I just use that to my advantage on the male voices and I try to really adopt if they have an accent or if they have more of like a raspy tone of voice or like a husky tone or something. I use that to differentiate between different male voices if I have multiple male characters. But actually, the harder thing for me to voice is female characters and like young female characters because the common thing is kind of for them to be like almost youthful sounding, they like a kid in there. So I have a more mature sounding voice. And so if I have to voice a character that I know is like young, like a young fantasy character, it's hard for me because I have to really like reach up to the higher levels of my voice and then it's harder for me to do like inflection and articulate really well and things like that. So I'm working on that skill set. And I think it's just going to constantly be a work in progress because my normal is just about like how I'm talking right now. So male voices are not as hard for me as they are for other people, I guess is what I'm getting at. It is hard work. I think I'm really enjoying this time in like book talk, TikTok, narrator talk land and other social platforms because I just started narrating this year. I'm a new narrator, but also I've been a big fan and I've followed a lot of narrators for several years. And I've listened to audiobooks for many years. And I think I just never really knew what went in it. I thought it was just like reading out loud. I never thought about the way that narrators, care and treat it like a performance and all that until I started wanting to become a narrator. And then I started kind of researching how to become a narrator and like what that process looked like. And then I started auditioning and I learned really quickly that I talked too fast. I didn't have enough enunciation and articulation. And I came across like very monotone. So I'm trying to do a better job at actually reading the way that the text would be said if it was a conversation. So I kind of almost treat the entire book like it's dialogue and then that helps with the articulation and the cadence of how it's delivered, so it doesn't come across sounding monotone. If a person has been good and paid all their bills on time, then the computer allows them to have this little plastic card that allows them to buy whatever they want, up to a certain limit, of course. The company who owns your card sends you a bill once a month, and you can pay it off or pay with time payments. I'm not sitting up enough. You're welcome. I'm always happy to answer questions about narrating, about audiobooks, about the process. I don't know everything. Like I said, I'm still new. So there's a lot of things that I don't know. There's more things I don't know than things that I do know. So if I don't know, then I'm going to put it on my list of things that I need to learn as a narrator. But I've noticed in the last couple of months, I've made a lot of progress with like landing auditions and my skill set. And so I'm really excited about the direction that I'm headed. Thank you. It's been surreal. I started in February and I honestly thought that I wouldn't get any books this year. I expected it. I expected to be trying to be a narrator for a year before I even got a single book to narrate. I think I did my first audition around like February 10th, maybe first part of February. And as it stands currently, I have 4 books out on Audible, which I have linked on my profile. I have a link tree, and I have direct links to those books. And then you can also search me on Audible, and you can see all the books. If you didn't know that, you can search a narrator on Audible, and then it'll pull up their entire catalog of what they've narrated. So, or if you have a book you like, you can go to the title detail screen where it shows the author and the narrator, and you can click that narrator name and it'll show you all the books that they've narrated. So I have 4 out right now, and then I have 5 that are in production. So by the end of August, I'll have at least 9 books out. How did you get into this? That's such an interesting. It is. So I got into it because I just sort of on a whim thought, I wonder if this is even a career that people can, go into. I wonder if this is feasible. And so I started doing my research, and I found that there are a few avenues where you can start auditioning for books, and then authors can select you or not, depending on whether they like the sound of your voice or not. And so I just started auditioning, and I met with some sound people and realized that like the first microphone I got was wrong. The way that I was editing my files. I actually landed my first 2 books whenever I was recording on a USB mic, which is like a microphone kind of like this, but cheaper, and it just plugs with a USB right into your computer. And then I was using GarageBand because I have a Mac, and I just didn't know any better. So, those were probably my worst auditions, the ones I was putting in at that time, and I luckily ended up landing a couple, then learned that I had the wrong microphone, wrong software, all that stuff, got with the right microphone, the right software, and started getting a lot more work that way and doing a lot more high quality work that way. So I got into it randomly. I got into it just saying like, what is this? Does it exist? And the answer was yes. And so I was like, okay, well, I'm going to go for it. And if it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't. We'll see. So it seems to be working so far. And so I'm going to keep going with it. Yeah, 9 books by, so if I did my first audition February 10th, then August 10th will be 6 months. So I hopefully if I can keep working the pace that I've been working this week and not have anything else pop up that gets in my way, then I will have 9 books out within the first 6 months of being a narrator. So that's a nice thing to say. 2 of the books are most likely written with AI, like the first 2 that I did. And I didn't really know that was a thing. I didn't know that the platform I'm auditioning on, which is ACX, it's the pipeline right into Audible, and it's like linked with Amazon and everything. I didn't know that it had been infiltrated by AI. I just kind of thought that the writing was not that great. And I said, I'm a new narrator. I need to practice. I need to work with people. I need to get some titles out there. That way people will start recognizing my voice, like, all that. And now looking back on it, I'm like, oh, those were not good. Those were, ooh. But you live and learn. It's definitely a learning experience. I got to pause really quick. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Oh, am I? Okay, yeah, I'm back. I had a moment earlier where I thought I unmuted myself, but I muted myself and I did a bunch of reading that was muted. Okay, so what I'm doing on the live today is I'm recording a book I'm working on. Y'all have heard me doing that. But every hour I'm reading a snippet from my Fem audio takeover submissions. And so right now I'm going to read the one from Lizzie Strong. She is an author. Her TikTok handle is Lizzie Strong Author. Her Instagram handle is the same. She wrote this book and submitted it into the Fem Audio Takeover snippet reading thing that I was participating in, which basically means she sends me a blurb about her book, a scene from her book, and some information about the characters and, just the context that I need to read that scene. And I record the snippet, record the blurb, send it to her. She can use it for whatever marketing purposes she wants. And it's all for free. So it's basically free marketing material for her. It's free marketing material for me because I can release, I'm doing the reads of her work on here with her permission. And it's kind of like a win-win for everybody. And it fits right in with the Fem Audio Takeover event that we're having today, which is uplifting femme voices in as far as female narrators, female authors that have books that with a strong female main character. So this kind of fits all that. Uh-oh. What is this? Okay, that's a fake thing. I'm so new to all this. Okay, that's a fake thing. I'm so new to all this. Okay, that's a fake thing. All right, that's really annoying. They're getting blocked. Okay, that's a fake thing. All right, that's really annoying. They're getting blocked. Okay. All right. So I'm going to, oops, let me get off this. I'm going to record the snippet for this FEM audio takeover. And yes, my kids are in the background, but I'm not recording. I'm just reading. So recording is the wrong word. I already recorded it and sent it to her. I'm just live reading it as like another option because I don't really want to play it. I might next hour, like 6 o'clock, I might just play both of them, like the recordings that I did from them, instead of reading them again. But we'll see how it goes. We'll see how my voice feels. So the book that I am doing the reading from is called Nymph on the Rocks. It's written by Lizzie Strong, and it's a cozy monster romance. So the book story, book blurb, all that is... Y'all are being entirely too loud. Y'all are being entirely too loud. Go back downstairs now. Now. Okay. So this, the book story and book blurb is the following. Victor Spells is down on his luck. Kicked out of the rock band he helped build, left to rot as the bartender to the worst bar in town, and currently sleeping on the couch of his ex-boyfriend. Things look grim for the struggling, half-fiend musician who just can't catch a break. That is, until Olivia Muse walks in the door, wanting a stiff drink. Olivia is the supermodel of King's Fall. Agency loves her, booked solid, general public sweetheart, aloof and afloat in life. Until it all comes crashing down on one night. Until it all comes crashing down one night when she realizes her closest friends are her worst enemies. Everything feels fake, but Victor, he's real. Really funny, flirty, and energetic. He is more than just a bartender taking pity on a pretty woman. So again, cozy monster romance. And the characters in this scene, the context for it is there's two female characters. The main female character, Olivia, has been on a 10-year journey through sobriety, and she's just kind of rediscovered herself and figured out how to have fun again without any mind-altering substances. So she is kind of struggling, but getting it together. Hera, the other girl, is a mean girl. She's kind of like a snake of a friend. That's how the author describes her. She says she's very Regina George coded, and then Olivia is very like Katie from Mean Girls coded. So Hera accuses Olivia of being drunk And Olivia just snaps. So this is Olivia's like snap scene where she decides she and Hera are no longer friends and that Hera's done in her book. So are you sobering up in there? Rage burst a hot pocket of stored lava inside her. Olivia snatched the bathroom stall door and ripped it open. She stepped out and glared at Hera, leaning against the wall. Excuse me? I asked if you were sobering up. She smirked. I'm not drunk. Olivia rounded the stalls to the sink. Could have fooled me. Hera snickered. Something audibly snapped within her skull. The gushing, deadly desire that once pumped through her turned to poison. She felt rage, hot enough to boil her eyeballs. Olivia whipped around to face her. Why are you such a heinous bitch? What? Hera pushed off the wall. You heard me, you insufferable shrew. Why are you such a heinous bitch? Are you so miserable and lonely that the only joy you experience is trying to put others down? Olivia grabbed paper towels and slapped them against her wet palms. Hera stood, mouth ajar, forehead pinched at the center. Her pitched scoff echoed in the bathroom. I am not lonely. Right. The walking red flag. Great pick. Tell me, did you flirt with him because you know he hates Victor? Or because he's the only human to suffer your endless attitude? Does he still like teen girls, or do you just wear pigtails? Hera's mouth flapped as Olivia tossed her paper towels into the bin. Like I thought, because you can dish it out, but you can't take it. Olivia sneered, brushing past her toward the door. You want to talk about me being a bitch? Macy and I both think you're... Olivia held the door open as she twisted around to glare at Hera. I don't give a shit what you and Macy think. Ah! Hera's face flushed as she tossed her arms out to the side. Should I tell her too? No need. I'll tell her. Olivia let go of the door, feeling it swing shut behind her. Shoulders squared, spine straight, she strode through the dining hall back toward their table. With every step, her spine turned to steel. This time, she's done. No more fake friends. No more glossing over their bullshit. No more. Again, that is the snippet from Nymph on the Rocks, written by Lizzie Strong. Okay. Okay. right. Hi, Orbs. I have to look at something really quick. I'm coming right back, I promise. Okay. Let me see if the event I'm participating in is still happening.
Femme audio takeover. Celebrate independent authors, strong female main characters, and female narrator. Femme audio takeover. Hi, it's the day where we celebrate independent authors, strong female main characters, and female narrators. I'm Maria McCann, and I am going to be reading a segment from Lindsay Rain's Betting Blind, which is out now. It's a mafia romance, and I'm going to jump right in. Hector leans over my shoulder with a deep frown, his face getting closer to the screen so he can make out the small image.
Hi y'all, I'm Carmen Chantel. I'm an audiobook narrator. Hi y'all, I'm Carmen Chantel. I'm an audiobook narrator.
Okay. All right. Okay, now everything feels like it's ready to go. The company who owns your card sends you a bill once a month and you can pay it off or pay with time payments. Well, heck, that sounds pretty good to me. Sounds just like a mortgage on a house. Sure, it sounds pretty good, but at 18 to 22% interest per year, a person never gets out of debt. That's highway robbery. Yes, it is, but the amazing thing is that it's so convenient, so easy that everybody gets sucked in, and hardly anyone bails their way out. Our whole nation owes some computer. Explain a computer. I give him a novice's version of what the computer age looks like. The further I go into the explanation, the more confusing it gets. Finally, I just leave it and say, I'm only a regular person, and you'll have to talk to a computer expert to understand more. With 1 second. Okay. Let's see. Oh no. I'm all tangled up. No. Okay. Oh, I should plug my chair in. Except I don't know that I have any room. I don't have any room. I have this nifty chair, and I don't ever plug it in because I don't have room. Okay. I gotta stretch my legs out. Okay. Oh, yeah, that's better. Oh, no, gotta scoot up. Sorry. I don't know what that sounded like on y'all's end, but it sounded wacky in my headphones. I'm gonna scoot way up here. And then I'm good to go. Now we're cooking with oil. Okay. We circle around 3 blocks and end up back on the deserted Van Ness. Why did I say that like that? We circle around 3 blocks and end up back on the deserted Van Ness Avenue, where he hails another cab. After we're in and settled, he asks, "How do you plan on destroying your ex-husband?" How do you plan on destroying your ex-husband? I don't want to talk about him right now. This is all too perfect of an evening to bring him into this. This is a too perfect of an evening to bring him into this. I don't know. We've been talking about him off and on pretty much all evening. I thought the conversation was leading up to this ultimate question. This is too perfect of an evening to bring him into this. I don't know. We've been talking about him off and on pretty much all evening. I thought the conversation was leading up to this ultimate question. Oh, really? And what exactly did you think I was going to say when I answered this question? The last word I almost spit out. He smiles, turns in his seat, and looks directly at me. I love it when you talk to me like that. Like what? With so much venom. Why, you did this to get me riled up. His smile widens. Not really, but since you're here, I may as well enjoy myself. I'm thinking that it's hard to stay mad at him when he seems to be enjoying it so much. As much as I try, I can't hold back a smile, though. As much as I try, I can't hold back a smile, though it's a sarcastic smile. We ride up Jerry Street in silence. As the taxi is about to turn onto 19th Street, I say, I wanted to put some kind of time bomb in his account that in 1998, after the bastard dumps me, his account will be frozen or the money will be transferred to another account, preferably one in my name. Great idea, he says. The only glitch in that situation is the two of you aren't married yet. In fact, if my calculations are correct, you aren't even born yet. While stopping at a light, the cabbie looks back at us. Frank says, we're working on an idea for a movie. We sit in silence until the cabbie turns back and continues up the street. We sit in silence until the cabbie turns back and continues up the street. I hadn't thought of that. I hadn't thought of that. After a long silence, I say, there must be some way to do this. Maybe instead of trying to give this jerk the old 1-2, you can concentrate your energy on creating a nest egg for yourself. I mean, if you were to make a small investment here in 1948, 50 years from now, that investment would be worth a lot. Hell, with that kind of money, who cares if that Bill guy is going to leave you? Maybe you'll have so much that you can screw up his life once you get back to your time. Of course, that is, if you can get back to your time. I hadn't really thought about it, but now he has me thinking. What if I can't make it back to my time? What if that strange little window of opportunity is only a one-way street? What if this is all there is, and I'm destined to live out the rest of my life? What if this is all there is, and I'm destined to live out the rest of my life in the simple world of the mid-19th century? The cabbie cuts into my thoughts. Okay, I am back. I had myself hidden, so I was trying to figure out how to get myself back on the screen. Oops, nope, I don't want that. Okay. Now we can, I gotta close some of these windows I have open. And we will keep rocking along with chapter 6. The cabbie cuts into my thoughts. What part of the 19th century you going to, pal? I don't know why I said that. That is not even what's written. Not even close. What the hell? The cabbie cuts into my thoughts. What part of the 19th century are you going to, pal? Just past Holloway, Frank says and turns back to me. Here's the offer I want to propose. He comes in close, much closer than I thought I would feel comfortable, but I do. He whispers, You probably have in the back of your mind the names of companies that have stocks on the open market in 1999. I suggest we get a paper in the morning and have a look at the stocks and bonds section. You'll find some companies you'll recognize that are doing well in your time, and we can invest in those companies. I have a little money saved here in San Francisco, and we can pull that money and play the market. With your knowledge and my cash, we can't lose. I lift my arm, and my diamond tennis bracelet slides into view. I'll have my own money if we can cash this and my wedding ring in. He smiles. Good plan. We'll both invest. It's the first time I get that Frank believes my story about coming from the future. It's the first time I feel like anyone believes me and treats me not like some mental case or scam artist, but a genuine, for real person who happens. It's the first time I feel like anyone believes me and treats me not like some mental case or scam artist, but a genuine, for real person who happens to be from the future. Hell, I don't blame anyone. I don't believe it myself. I expect at any second I'll wake up on the couch of that little motel in Elk. You believe me? I say involuntarily. I'm saving a little bit in case you're trying to pull the wool over my eyes, but what the hell? What have I got to lose? Even if you're scamming me, it's been the most pleasant flimflam I've ever experienced. Even if this all ends up in the annals of look out for the sexy woman in the tight dress, she's a rip-off artist, I still would have had the most fun since Susan. I feel myself blush as he reaches over and gives me a peck on the cheek. He's so close I can smell his maleness, and it's driving me mad. Hey, Anne. I feel myself blush as he reaches over and gives me a peck on the cheek. He's so close I can smell his maleness, and it's driving me mad. One note, that's like the only, I mean, this is like closed door. It's not about to take a spicy turn. Promise. I would put that in the description if it was a spicy book. Thank you, Anne. Although most of me wants to wrap my arms around him and kiss him, I slip away and stammer, trying to think of something else to say. He gets the message and backs off. We sit in silence for the last few blocks before the cab pulls over to the sidewalk on 19th Street. Frank pays him, and we walk, a little more nervously, up the walkway, then up the stairs to our rooms. And you'll like to know that currently in the book, we are in San Francisco in 1948. So if there's references to like street names and things, yeah, so not spicy at all. Hardly. I mean, there's no, it's like 0 chili peppers. Like, so yeah, they're 1948 San Francisco. And so they actually were just talking about how different things are in 1948 versus 1999, which is where the woman's from. And so she's talking about, we can't walk down that street. We're going to get mugged. And he's like, no. This is the Italian neighborhood. You don't have to worry about that here. And she's like, well, it's not like that in my time. So it's kind of a funny thing. They talk about the differences here in a minute, I think, a little more. Frank pays him, and we walk, a little more nervously, up the walkway, then upstairs to our rooms. Up these stairs, darn it. Frank pays him, and we walk, a little more nervously, up the walkway, then up the stairs to our rooms. He bows to me and wishes me a good night, then disappears into his room. He bows to me and wishes me a good night, then disappears into his room. I walk the remaining 20 feet to my door and slip inside to a dank, stuffy room with the distinct smell of mothballs. I open the bathroom window in the back and the front window, getting the ocean breeze to drift through my room. The smell of the ocean takes me back to my home a few miles and 50 years from here. It is kind of cool to hear him talk about the differences. And I think the author has been, I mean, obviously he wasn't there in 1948, but he's lived in that area for so long. And I think his family's from there too. So that's kind of where the talk of differences stems from. Because it's stuff that is more of a feeling instead of things that maybe exist versus don't exist and all that. And it's like, they talk about pollution and they talk about things that are kind of interesting. Okay, how do I want to say this? Yeah, not anything crazy. We're just going to go for it. The smell of the ocean takes me back to my home, a few miles and 50 years from here. I lay on my bed and think of the possibility of investing money in a company like IBM, if they even exist in this time. Maybe one of the utilities like Pacific Telephone or Pacific Gas and Electric. I also think of that little intimate peck on my cheek. She doesn't have a southern accent. I also think of that little intimate peck on my cheek. I'm embarrassed by how I acted, like some schoolgirl who's never kissed before. I think about Frank and how solid of a man he is, how, unlike Bill, he seems ready to engage with me, whatever mood I'm in. There's a security in knowing he's ready and able. I've never met a man like him. I wake up with an insistent tapping noise in my brain. The light of day peeks around the heavy drawn curtains on the... I was like, through that. The light of day peeks around the heavy drawn curtains on the one front window overlooking the street. It takes a number of tappings to bring me around enough to realize that the noise is coming from my front door. That door sounded like it had a twang. Door. Yeah, I messed that up. It takes a number of tappings to bring me around enough to realize that the noise is coming from my front door. With great effort, I get out of bed and walk over to the door. "Who is it?" I yell. "Me." I recognize Frank's voice. "It's too early to wake up," I say while turning back toward my bed. "Okay, but it's almost noon. I'm going into town and taking that needs to be taking. I read these before I record them, obviously, so that I kind of like know what's happening, but I'm not very good at taking a lot of notes ahead of time, and sometimes I miss some of these words that are like, it says take and it should be taking. You know, I'm going into town and taking care of a little business. Let's see. Hi, Lee. Sorry, I missed you coming in. I saw something pop up a second ago. I meant to say hi. I'm going into town and taking care of a little business. No. I'm going into town to take care of a little business. Okay, we can do that. To take care of a little business. Let's do that one more time. I'm going into town to take care of a little business. I thought you might want to come along. Noon? I say, reaching for the knob and opening the door a crack. The blazing light of midday slashes its way into my dark room. It's so bright I can't focus. Give me a moment to get into the bathroom, then you can come in. I spin. Whoa, that was a whistle. I spin, race for the bathroom door, and jump into the shower. As the water is steaming on my back and shoulders, I can hear Frank rustling around the... As the water is steaming on my back and shoulders, I can hear Frank rustling around in the room. I don't want to keep him waiting, but I also can't seem to wake up, and the shower seems to be opening up my glued eyelids and sleepy mind. I try to power through that. And the shower seems to be opening up my glued eyelids and sleepy mind. By the time I'm finished and the little bathroom is foggy with steam. I step out onto the bath towel and try to stare myself down in the ever-fogging mirror. By the time the steam is cleared, my mind has also cleared, and I finished putting on a perfunctory layer. No, that got away from me. Sometimes I start just like rambling, and it's no thought process. By the time the steam has cleared, my mind has also cleared, and I finish putting on a perfunctory layer of my minimal makeup, wrap the motel's terry cloth robe around me, and step back into last night's sleeping quarters. Frank has drawn the curtains back and opened the window, which overlooks quiet 19th Street. As I stand in front of the big dressing mirror, I see out and count all. As I stand in front of the big dressing mirror, I see out and count all of 3 cars pass under my window. It never seems to amaze me. I think he meant it never ceases to amaze me. It never ceases to amaze me that the dull roaring I'd come to accept as the sound of the city, the ear-shattering sound of San Francisco, is not present. There is a Sunday kind of quietness, and I ask, how do you plan to find anything in this business district open on Sunday? Thank you, Anne. So I got started in narrating pretty randomly. My personality type is very much, I just kind of like to figure things out. So I've been an audiobook reader for a long time, and for probably the last year or so, I've started following narrators on social media, and I just thought it was a really cool career, but I had another career. I was running a marketing department for a company that my husband and I own, and we ended up making some changes in June of last year and overhauled our company structure and got rid of the marketing department. So I left that and then didn't really know what I wanted to do next. So I was kind of learning about narrating, and then in January, I hit a point where I said, okay, I've researched this. I think I kind of know like how to get started, or at least enough to like get on the path. So I'm just going to start doing it and see what happens. And so that was in early January, I think. And by the end of January, I'd figured out a couple of good options for how to audition for parts and for audiobooks. And then I started sending in auditions. I did my first lot of auditions on a cheap USB mic, and I did my editing through GarageBand because I'm on a Mac and I'm like a Mac user. And both of those things are huge no-nos in the narrating community, but I didn't know that. So I pretty quickly started seeing things about, what microphones you should start out with, and all of them were expensive. I didn't know if I wanted to cash in on that. So I finally had a Zoom meeting class thing with a guy who is a sound expert. His name is Jim Edgar, and he's done a lot of voiceover work and narration in his career, like huge career. And so he helped me figure out what was going on with my sound, how to make my sound better. And just in that conversation with him, it completely clicked on kind of how all this works and what I need to do as a narrator in order to be successful, broad strokes of what I need to do. So I've been just working on doing those things and getting better at my skill set and learning new things about my voice. And now I've started now that I feel like I have a good foothold with what I'm doing, I've audited some acting classes, like acting for audiobooks and how to do, different voices and basically have a professional with tons of years of experience review a short reading, like a 3-minute sample, and they'll give you feedback, and it's pretty intensive and it's very handy. So I've audited one of those. I'm signed up to participate and do some voices in 2 more this month. I've got 1 next week, and then I'm gonna do 1 or 2 the week after. So I'm trying to do a lot of those to get better, and I think that's kinda gonna be the nature of my life for for the foreseeable future, because I think that narration is probably something that you never really become an expert on, and you kinda just have to roll with it and learn more about, what you can do and how to provide that service to authors and publishers and people like that. So that's kinda where I'm at now, and I did not expect to get there. I didn't expect when I did my first audition. I did my first audition in February, and I think that, um, when I did it, I had 0 expectations for success. I thought that I wouldn't get any work this year at all. I expected to be putting in the work and, like, doing auditions and stuff for a year probably, um, and as it stands now, I think I told you yesterday, like, I have 4 books out and then I have 5 in production, and if I did my first audition February 10th, then that means my 6-month mark is August 10th. So, and if I keep working at the pace that I'm working now, or that I've been doing this week, I think I can have all 5 of those books. So I'll have 9 books on Audible in my first 6 months. And I think that is unheard of. And I've been just trying to play catch up to that. Thanks. I'm sorry that was a really long winded answer, but I feel like there's just not a very direct, like, one sentence answer for how to do it. So my current setup is this microphone is a Rode NT1 and it comes in a few different colors. So I got purple because it's my favorite color. And I have the software, the DAW that I use, which is digital audio waveform, is Adobe Audition. Because I ran a marketing department, I am familiar with all the Adobe products. So Adobe Audition felt like the easiest step in for me to do, because I've done like video and audio editing with some other Adobe products, and Adobe Audition is just audio, and I believe you can like export to video if you want, but with Audition you have the ability to record audio files and then also do like a multi-track if you wanted to fold in other pieces of sound. If you ever did, I haven't done anything with like background noises or anything like that. But if I ever have to, I'm already familiar with the software that allows for that. That's the reason I picked it. And other than that, I have, so the biggest thing, having a good microphone and a good software that you're comfortable with is important. That is like a fundamental thing. But even more so than that, you have to have a space to record in that minimizes sound and background noises and things like that. And so it's taken me a little bit of time to figure out how to set that up. The room that I'm in, so this is actually an exterior wall, which most people don't like to be set up on, but our exterior walls have really thick spray foam insulation. So this actually isn't terrible as far as being the wall that's right next to me. The only thing that's weird is we run a ranch and we live on a ranch. And on the other side of this wall, there's a fence like 20 feet away. And that on the other side of that fence is a alley that connects 2 pastures. So sometimes cows walk back and forth. And if they're mooing, you can hear them. So if I'm on live, or like earlier, they were doing it. And so it's kind of a funny, silly thing. My mic is a Rode NT1, and I think they have a USB version and then a regular oh, what's that cord? Microphone cord, sound cord thing. That's the way you want to go, because the USB mics they have issues with background noises and like rattling and stuff. And then I also have an interface, which I think I can hold up and show you. It's like this cute little deal. It's called a Scarlett. If you search Scarlett interface, you can find all the information about it. And I actually, I mentioned earlier that like good microphones and stuff, like they're expensive. But there's a company that I really like working with now that I met through Jim Edgar. It's called Sweetwater. I think it's Sweetwater Sound. But they sell microphones, interfaces, stands, all that. And I just have a boom stand like for a regular microphone that this is hanging from. And it's been a process figuring out like how to situate my microphone, but I think I like it. I think I have it the way that I really want it. But Sweetwater is a musical instrument company, and they have tons of stuff that you could need for anything like sound booth, musical, whatever. And they offer, they have really good financing deals. So I think I pay, I know I pay a monthly, excuse me, oh gosh. I know I pay a monthly subscription to them, but that was a lot easier to digest. Oh, I got you. Rode NT1. Yeah. And if it has a model, let me tell you. NT1. My exact one is Rode NT1 Signature Series. Condenser microphone with a SM6 shock mount and pop filter. It's the best one to start with because it is really great quality and it's $159. So it's not like $1,000 microphone. When I say expensive, I mean for like a newbie narrator, you're kind of like you're trying to not spend anything until you make money, because it's like running any other business. Like you want to be able to make money. You kind of have to spend money to make money, but you also don't want to do too much of that. So yeah, I can't say enough good things about it. And they come in a bunch of colors. So a lot of people have one that's black or silver. That's like the normal. But I like fun colors. So we have this. They also have a pink one that I think would be nice if you ended up doing a double mic setup. Yeah, this is the purple one. It's my favorite color. Okay. Where did we leave off? How do you plan to find anything in the business district open on Sunday? He gives me a quizzical grin. I don't know what day of the week you come from, but Monday follows Sunday, which is the day we flew out here. Logically speaking, Sunday follows Saturday, the day we went for the horseback ride. How can I forget? I say, I had forgotten why the insides of my legs were so crippling sore this morning. I say, I had forgotten why the insides of my legs were so crippling sore this morning. Cripplingly. Dang it. I say, I had forgotten why the insides of my legs were so cripplingly sore this morning. Monday, you say. Well, that calls for going downtown and taking care of business. Although it is the last thing I have in mind, I want to give a good impression and at least act a little perky, though perky is not even close to a description for me this morning. I know a sweet little place to get breakfast in the Sunset District, he says. Tell me when you'll be ready and I'll get the cab. Tell me when you'll be ready and I'll call a cab. Oh, I'll be ready in a few minutes. He smiles, walks over to the door, and as he's opening it, turns and says in a matter-of-fact tone, I gotta put my thing where that sound. So that means about a half hour, right? It means I'll be ready when I get ready. I snap, but before I can say another word, he's closed the door behind him, and I can hear his cowboy heels clumping along the concrete walk. It's a half hour almost to the minute before I... It's a half hour almost to the... Dang it, I did it again. It is a half hour, almost to the minute, before I step out onto the veranda, walk to his room, and knock. His door opens wide, and he gives me another of his goofy grins. The cab will be here in a few minutes. If you're ready, we can walk down to the office. Mac will be wondering what happened to us. His grin widens. I'm sure he'll have some stories to tell about us, though not one of them are true. Mac? The manager. You know the manager? I stay here when I come to Frisco. The cab shows up early, so... The cab shows up early, so we forego meeting Mac and slide into the back seat. Sunset, Frank says. It's so hard to get used to not fighting traffic every place I want to go. It's also hard to get used to looking at a San Francisco skyline not filled with gargantuan skyscrapers. After a wonderful breakfast in the Sunset District, another cab continues our journey downtown. The cab stops in the business district along a very recognizable market street. The buildings are similar, the monumental sculptures are the same, the streets taking off from the Dang it. I can hear my kids. The buildings are similar, the monumental sculptures are the same, the streets taking off from the market the same. Streetlights and trolley cars are different than BART, and the cars along the street are older. It looks like an old black and white movie set. We get out on Kearney Street and walk toward Chinatown until we come to the first pawn shop. Why are we stopping here? I ask. Let's just see what these guys have to offer for your jewelry. Later, we can go to some jewelry stores and see what they might want to pay. Inside the dingy shop on the corner of Kearney and Maiden Lane, we are forced to walk past dusty artifacts of a different era. Inside the dingy shop on the corner of Kearney and Maiden Lane, we are forced to walk past dusty artifacts of a different era. World War I army helmets, ancient typewriters, tents of unparalleled clumsiness, and more hand tools than should fit into one store. In the back, a wall with an old-style bank teller window separates the display part of the store. The store. In the back, a wall with an old-style bank teller window separates the display part of the store with the storage section. Frank and I wind our way through the seeming rubble and step up to the window. Almost immediately, a little, very old, bald man wearing a black skull cap and long beard steps up. Okay. All righty. One more time. Almost immediately, a little, very old, bald man wearing a black skull cap and long beard steps up. He gives us a reluctant sneer and says, "Well." Frank stammers a little, takes my arm, and lifts it enough to expose the bracelet. "How much would you pay for this?" These, not this. But I think I heard one of my kids. Okay. How much would you pay for these? The little Jewish man's face tightens even more as he snaps, "I gotta see it up close before I can tell you what it's worth." He puts one gnarled yellow fingernail. It helps to pay attention where the commas are. He puts one gnarled, yellow fingernailed hand out a few inches beyond the bars in the window and turns his palm up. I remove the bracelet. I'm going to take a break because I got a noisy downstairs neighbor. Anne, do you have any other questions for me? I'm going to take a break before I do some male voices because I got to have like fresh vocal cords to be able to get as low as I need to for a couple of these. Okay. I think they quieted down. It's my mother-in-law. We all share a like multi-family home that we built last year. I remove the bracelet. When it snakes into his hand, I see for the first time a sparkle of interest in his eyes. Not his entire face, as if he's playing a hand of cards and doesn't want us to know he was dealt a full house. Just the eyes. He reaches under his counter and fishes out one of those small black magnifying glasses that can be held by the skin around the eye, the kind most jewelers use. He studies the bracelet. I already know that the 26 1/2 carat diamonds are very good quality. I already know that the bracelet itself is platinum. I also know that in my time, a bracelet like this would retail for $20,000 or more. I've been calculating the difference in the price of things from my time to now. I've been calculating the difference in the price of things from my time to now, and have in my mind, not find. I've been calculating the difference in the price of things from my time to now, and have in my mind a deflated price of the bracelet at maybe $2,500 or so. One more time. I've been calculating the difference in the price of things from my time to now, and have in my mind a deflated price of the bracelet at maybe $2,500 or so. Immediately, the little weasel of a guy begins tearing the bracelet down. Well, the first thing is the clasp is worn. He studies it for another few moments, then announces that the stones are of poor quality, cut wrong, and too yellow in color. Then he starts in on the workmanship. The stones are all set crooked and the prongs are too thin. He goes on for another few moments until he's run out of subjects in which to approach my bracelet. He rests for a moment, still studying closely each stone, then announces, $500. $500? You really want to steal this thing? I'm so mad I decide not to show him the ring or 4-carat tanzanite brooch. I hold my hand out and snap my fingers, demanding the bracelet. He looks up from his scrutiny of the string of diamonds and says in a short staccato run of words, Maybe I could give you 600. I can't say a word. I don't dare for fear that I might pick this little twerp up by his skull cap and throw him across the room. It's no matter that he and I are both the same size. I'm so incensed I could do it. I snap my fingers again without saying a word, and he reluctantly and almost reverently lays the bracelet across my palm. 700, he says, and I can tell it's the last-ditch effort to own my bracelet. As soon as the bracelet is in my hand, I close my fingers around it, turn toward the front door, and stomp out, putting the bracelet back on as I walk. Once on the street, into the fresh air. Once on the street, into the fresh morning air, I feel a little better. I guess I disappeared so quickly that Frank had a hard time keeping up, because it takes a few moments for him to exit the little shop and walk up beside me. I say, that was an insult. Frank has the wherewithal to not say a word, but shakes his head. No. Frank has the wherewithal to not say a word, but snakes his hand through my arm and gently nudges me further down the street. By the end of the block, I've calmed. I turn to him. No more pawn shops. Let's go to some jewelry stores and see what they have to say. He nods and doesn't say a word. 3 or 4 blocks later, we come upon a string of higher-end apartment and furniture shops. Tucked between the larger businesses, we find a few very elegant jewelry shops and walk into the first of what would prove to be... That needed to be a big breath. I want to get better at taking my notes and identifying where I need to take a big breath or do a pause or something, because that's one thing that I've been kind of struggling with. I can't remember how to adjust my chair. Is there another one? There it is. Oh gosh. I'm gonna go flying. Okay. Whew. Oh gosh, that's too far back. Okay. Okay. Well, I'm glad y'all went on that chair journey with me. Okay. Now, let's make sure we can get nice and elevated and get a big breath. Tucked between the larger businesses, we find a few very elegant jewelry shops and walk into the first of what would prove to be a long list of jewelers who would not offer more than $1,000. Finally, as our journey brings us close to lunch, a smartly dressed middle-aged man in a small shop off of the main section of town. Let's do this again. Finally, as our journey brings us close to lunch, a smartly dressed, middle-aged man in a small shop off of the main section of town sits down with us and clearly explains why the bracelet is not worth more than the $1,200 he offers. Although the diamonds are flawless. Although the diamonds are almost flawless, each rated at the very last least, not last. Although the diamonds are almost flawless, each rated at the very least at $100. I'd say SI or better, and the color is H or maybe even G, which is very good. The cut of the stones are odd. They are very flat, very squat. In fact, I've never seen stones cut quite like this before. I mean, the cut of them is perfect, but just the type of cut is odd, which doesn't allow for as much color. Darn it. I mean, the cut of them is perfect, but just the type of cut is odd, which doesn't allow for as much color to be reflected back as a normal cut. He is so gentle and considerate, and the fact that he has offered the most of maybe 15 jewelers, that I decide to sell the bracelet to him. I bring out the ring first, and he offers me $1,500 for the flawless 4-carat stone. The brooch, the only thing I have not shown to anyone today, he almost does backflips over. He gets out all of his light testing equipment and gives the stone an extremely close inspection, exclaiming the beauty and color of the stone. "I've never seen one like this before. I've never seen a color like this," he keeps saying as each test is complete, and each time the stone passes with flying colors. Finally, after raving about the stones so much I'm getting bored with his language, he announces, "I wasn't sure about it, but every test indicates that it is in fact a real stone. From where, I do not know." "Tanzania, Africa," I say. My matter-of-fact tone lifts one of his bushy eyebrows. "Did you go to Tanzania, Africa to get this?" "I bought it right here in San Francisco, at Gump's." "What's Gump's?" "A department store." A department store. In that second, I remember that Tanzanite won't be discovered for another 20 years. No wonder he doesn't know what this is. I can see that I now have him totally confused, and I realize that to tell him more without telling him the entire implausible story would make any explanation impossible for him to understand. I take a quick change of tact and shift the subject. "How about you give me the $1,200 for the bracelet and $1,500 for the diamond ring, and I'll just keep the Tanzanite brooch." A flash of disappointment crosses his face. "I'll have to go to the bank and draw out a check. I can have it for you." He looks down at his watch. "By, let's say, 3:30. "Cash," I say. "What?" "I want it in cash." He gives me a strange look, then nods. "Cash it is, but I'd be careful with that kind of money walking around here." Once back out on the sidewalk and walking up toward Chinatown, I feel light, elated, maybe even excited. "I'm going to be rich," I say to Frank. "I'm going to be rich beyond my dreams." "I wouldn't count those chickens until they hatch, but with almost $3,000 in today's economy, you are already rich. I wonder if you'll be able to make it back to your time." He's quiet for a dozen steps, then says, "There's a part of me that hopes you won't be able to return." "Why would you say something like that?" "I'm kind of getting used to you, and I like what I'm getting used to." Frank. Okay. That was all Donna's POV, and now we have to switch to Frank's POV, which is a little more in Frank's voice and everything. So, let's see. It's 6:30. I have another live to hop on at 8. So I'm really trying to finish this chapter before I have to do that. How many more pages do I have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Oh, I'm not going to be able to finish this chapter. It's way too long. Oh no, I missed it. Hold on. All right, we're on page 55. Oh. Okay, 61. I can do it. Okay, good. I can do it. I'm going to finish this chapter and then we'll just chat and then I may hop off and take a break before I have to be on the other live. We'll just see how it goes. Okay, we're going to talk in Frank's voice, so it's going to be real weird for a second. Guess I've immediately no. Didn't like that at all. Guess I've been living alone for too long. Since Susan died, things been a little too quiet. I can't remember when I even talked to a single woman. Well, okay, except for Deborah the waitress, but she doesn't count. I can't remember the last time I looked at a woman, much less went out on a date. Suddenly, I have a woman living in my house and eating meals with me. I'd forgotten how nice it can be to simply sit across the table from a woman and talk about what's coming for the day. When this little wisp of a woman storms into my life, things all of a sudden look better. Well, they don't exactly look better. It's that I now have the perspective on how bleak things had gotten before she showed up. I find myself shaving every morning and putting on a clean shirt. I saw all the signs of a skittish mare. If I'd made one wrong move, she'd bolt, never to be seen again. Lucky she needed a ride to San Francisco, and I happened to have the right vehicle to take her. I really didn't need her help around the ranch, but I wasn't going to waste my time getting to know anyone if they weren't interested in country life. It was kind of a test, maybe an unfair one, but hell, she passed with flying colors. The ride into the hills on horses was the clincher. I knew then that she had possibilities. When I found out from Matthew, the grocer, that she'd come through some kind of time warp thing, I couldn't believe it. When she showed me When he showed me the $5 bill as proof, I still had a hard time not believing it was some kind of flim-flam. The more I got to know her, the more I come to realize that, and I don't know how, she came from the future. It wasn't her insisting that she'd come from 1999, because she kept that fact as a locked-away secret from me. It was the odd way she reacted to certain things. Had I not been forewarned, I wouldn't have noticed. I don't know if you just heard my stomach growl, but I just heard my stomach growl. Since I was looking for proof, it was right there. Since I was looking for proof, it was right there. I don't know, I may not be able to do Frank's voice. Let's see. Oh. Since I was looking for proof. Okay, we're back. We're back, baby. Since I was looking for proof, it was right there. Another clincher came when we flew into San Francisco, and I saw her reaction to flying. We're sitting in a Chinese restaurant eating lunch while she studies the business page. I'm looking for a Honda or Toyota. I frown. Sounds like a Jap company to me. She looks over the page at me. Japanese. I fought in the tropics 3 years with those bastards constantly at our backs. It's going to take a long time before I will even try to let them off the hook. Keep in mind, this is a book written in 1999. Okay. And this is, the author wrote this, I'm just reading it. Don't get mad at me. They pretty much own much of the world in my time. How did that happen? We took over their military and left them with nothing. Nothing but ingenuity and hard work. They took over the world by making high-standard products and selling them to us. Really? She nods. Oh, damn it. This is Frank's POV. She nods. All while the USA was learning how to make their products cheaper with a shelf life. What do you mean? I ask. I keep getting my POVs mixed up. I ask. Well, America's Okay. Boo. And I'm listening, but I'll be cooking. Oh, yum. What you making? Actually, maybe you shouldn't tell me because my stomach's already growled a couple of times. But if I get hungry enough, I have snacks. There went another stomach growl. I don't know if y'all can hear that. Oh, adobo. I've heard about that, and it sounds delicious. I live in a pretty rural part of Texas, so I think the likelihood of getting good Filipino food is probably pretty low. While America's products were becoming less and less reliable, the Japanese ramped up their quality control and now make the best product on the market, from cars and trucks to toasters. Everything works better, lasts longer, even looks more inviting. If you were to invest in anything, Japan is your best bet. Okay. I am like 2 hours away from Katie. My husband actually has to go to Katie tomorrow for a funeral. I'm going to stay home with the kids because we have 2 boys that are age 4 and 8, and they are wild. So we will not be carting them to Katie for a funeral. We're like 2 hours. It's about a 2-hour drive. Is adobo difficult to make? Sometimes I like to try making new things. But if I'm gonna have to buy like a bunch of stuff for it that I don't already have on hand, then I would be like, no, probably not. Okay. If you were to invest in anything, Japan is your best bet. As she dives, Frank's voice. Ooh, I like a good soy sauce and vinegar base. As she dives back at... I lost Frank's voice. Okay. Soy sauce and vinegar base. I have to take a break for a minute, so I'm looking up an adobo recipe right now. Oh, I messed up. I shouldn't have looked at it. Man, that looks good. Oh, and you can make it with pork. Okay. Oh, yeah, that's not bad. That's not bad at all. Ooh, I may do this. I have some pork shoulder. They're like the Boston butt ribs, so they have some fat on them still. I've got those in the freezer, and they're like kind of thin. They got little bitty bones in them. I could sear those and then put those in it. Yum. Look at you, Anne. You're being so helpful. Yeah, I think I have all that. I'm saving that. Okay. As she dives back. Okay, there we go. Now we're back. Sometimes I have to just take a break from my voice, and then I can get it. I can do it again. As she dives. I did not have my thing starting at the right spot. As she dives back into the business section, my head is reeling. My rage towards that entire culture is even larger. How dare them take our... Ooh. Oh my gosh, that all sounds good. And you're going to make everybody hungry in the comments. How dare them take over our country by outbuilding us? I say nothing, though. I don't want to frighten her with my anger. Not sure if I can invest in a Japanese company yet. You say IBM is good too. She looks up again. Yes, but in the 90s, Toshiba is... Yes, but in the 90s, Toshiba has pretty much taken over the market. another firm from Japan. In my time, the biggest computer manufacturer, but I see that Hewlett-Packard is in existence now, and in the 80s, they'll take off with the advent of the personal computer. Personal computer? One that you have at home. Not now, because my head is spinning with the Jap thing, but sometime you need to tell me about these computers. She smiles, and with that smile, I'm able to relax a little. Toshiba is a blast from the 90s. I agree. Oh yeah, I'm gonna be making adobo soon. I'll send you a picture whenever I've got it done. I take a sip of my coffee and she looks back at the paper. Would you look at this? IBM is in business. What's IBM? International Business Machines. It's only the biggest computer company in the latter part of the century. Yeah, I definitely will let you know. It's only the biggest computer company in the latter part of the century. I lock that information away. It's like betting at the horse track and already knowing who won the race. Donna knows what the future has in store. Whatever she puts her money on is surely going to win, so I'm listening closely and making mental notes. But the computer division does get swallowed up by the competition. Still, it's a good bet because they diversified early on. There are so many other things they did succeed with. I forgot an and. Darn it. But the computer division does get swallowed up by the competition. Still, it's a good bet because they diversified early on, and there are so many other things they did succeed with. We sit in silence for the longest while. Donna carefully studies the newspaper while I'm reeling with the thought that the very country... Darn it. We sit in silence for the longest while. Donna carefully studies the newspaper while I'm reeling with the thought that the very country we struggled to win this last war over has become bigger and better than America. 5 minutes of silence passes while I try to come to terms with the fate of a country I fought. Five minutes of silence passes while I try to come to terms with the fate of a country I fought a hard-won war with, and in the future, we're second-rate. I change the subject. So, where are you going to invest your money? I'm putting every penny on IBM, of course. Nothing is going to happen with that company for another 30 years, but when it does, all hell breaks loose. What do you mean, all hell? Internet. I shrug. When the internet comes online, everyone needs a computer, and IBM will be there. The stock goes through the roof. What is the internet? It's an easy way to communicate through computers. I don't want to ask why not just call, but I've got another fish to fry at the moment. Maybe you could find a stock that might have jumped up a little sooner than 30 years. Hell, I'll be an old man by then. I'd like to enjoy life before that. I didn't really follow the market when I was at home, but heck, there's a dozen stocks in here I recognize. Within the hour, we're standing in a broker's office, and Donna plunks down almost her entire 22. Thank you, Anne. Thanks for sharing. trying to figure out if I can do this long sentence with one breath. Within the hour, we're standing in a broker's office, and Donna plunks down almost her entire $2,200 on IBM. I place my bets on 3 small television companies, and Shell Oil, she says, goes nuts in the 50s. It's like shooting fish in a barrel. We spend the rest of the afternoon sightseeing in the city while she paints a visual picture of things that will come. It's pretty exciting and yet depressing at the same time. After an early supper, we're back in our rooms. I'm in my skivvies, daydreaming about what's going to happen in another 5 years when a quiet tap comes at my door. I put on some pants and open the door. Donna stands there with a shy look. It's lonely next door. I bow and swing my left arm, inviting her in. Before she steps across the threshold, she warns me that we are just going to hang out, whatever that means, and nothing more. I agree, and she steps in. I close the door as she sits on the only chair in the room. I sit on the edge of the bed. She jumps up and heads for the door. This is a mistake. I better make my case quick before she bolts. Let's go for a walk. She stops as her hand wraps around the doorknob. Oh, dang, I didn't cut that out. She stops as her hand wraps around the doorknob. She turns with a relieved look. A walk would be nice. Let me put on a shirt and jacket. It could get foggy. I'll get my jacket. She opens the door and disappears along the walkway. By the time I step out, she opens her door wearing the leather bombardier. No. I think this is like where the term bomber jacket comes from. Bombardier, pronunciation in English. I know the French. All right, I'm saying bomber jacket because I feel like that's what it's supposed to be. And then he can tell me if he doesn't like it. This author's really good about letting me know kind of what exactly he wants said or not. You rock, Anne. Okay. By the time I step out, she opens her door wearing the leather bomber jacket I gave her before we flew into the city. She steps over and takes my arm as we walk to the stairs and down to the parking lot. I turn to her. On second thought, how about a motorcycle ride to the coast and a walk along the shore? She hugs my arm. That sounds wonderful. I insert the key, turn the distributor, and put my full weight into the Kickstarter. The engine spits once. One second. I gotta tell my kids to be quiet or they're playing. Y'all are supposed to be whisper playing. Okay, you have to whisper, please. Okay, just please be quiet. Oops. Okay. I turned to her. On second thought, how about a motorcycle ride to the coast and a walk along the shore? She hugs my arm. That sounds wonderful. I insert the key, turn the distributor, and put my full weight into the Kickstarter. The engine spits once, then sputters into a looping idle until I return the distributor back to its running position, where the engine smooths out into a gentle idle. I sit forward on the big leather seat and motion for her to squeeze in behind me. Once she is in position, I walk the bike backwards a few yards, shift into first, and drive toward the exit. Once out on 19th, I go through the gears gently, looping along in third, sharing the road with 3 other cars. It's 5 minutes before we are in the park, and another 5 to the coast. We drive to the upper end of the beach and park just before we start up the hill to the cliff house. She gets off as I kill the engine, unfurl the kickstand, and lean the bike to its resting position. With a slight breeze and the fog waiting a few miles out, we have about an hour before the sun sets. I take her hand and we walk out onto the 50 yards of soft white sand toward the surf. Once we reach the waterline, the sand gets firm and it's easier to walk. She looks out at the ocean. It's clean. Clean. I'd forgotten what a clean ocean looks like. Not sure what you mean. In my time, there's a foamy scum that hugs the coast. I'd gotten so used to it, I'd forgotten it was even there. Scum. What from? Darn it. She gives me a sad smile. In 50 years, there are so many people and so much pollution the oceans can't keep up with it. Pollution. She turns toward the parking lot. That motorcycle of yours, does it leak oil? It's built to leak a little to keep the chain oiled. Multiply that small leak by 6 billion, then add in the exhaust from that many engines. Why 6 billion? That's how many people are alive on the planet in my time. I'm stunned. How do that many people fit? She turns toward the setting sun and impending fog. I don't know how they fit, but they do. I take her hand. The tide pools are a 5-minute walk, just around that point. We have an hour of daylight. She starts toward the point, tugging me along. If the oceans are pollution-free, I've got to see the tide pools. As we round the point, I'm surprised at how far out the tide is. The pool stretched for a 1/4 mile. She lets go of my hand and rushes over to the first one. Crabs and trapped fish slither into their protective crack and crevice throughout the pool. crabs and trapped fish slither into their protective cracks and crevices, though the pool is so full of life that there aren't enough hiding places, and many are left darting back and forth, looking for protection. Like a child with wild abandon, Donna darts from pool to pool, pointing out new species when she sees them. I'm left with keeping an eye on the tide and billowing fog as the sun drops behind the dense clouds. Finally, when I think we can wait no longer, a motion for us to work our way back to dry land, and reluctantly she turns toward the cliffs. By the time we are back on the beach, the fog has rolled over us, leaving a few yards visibility with only our earlier footprints to lead us back to the bike. Okay. Nice. Oh, good. Okay. This is the last POV in this chapter. Oh, sorry. The chat wasn't updating. I had to scroll down. Sorry, Anne. I don't know what I said. Oh, he's Top Gun, the bomber jacket and the motorcycle. I know. I thought that too. What a delight, scampering from pool to pool with more life than I have ever seen. By the time we are back at the motorcycle, the fog has obliterated everything around us. I'm glad to have Frank's fur jacket because the ride back is cold. I hold tighter to his waist than needed just to feel him close. It's been a delightful day, and finishing it with Frank leaves me fuzzy inside. It's been a delightful day, and finishing it with Frank leaves me fuzzy inside, something I haven't felt in too many years. By the time we're back at the hotel, I'm freezing, and I go to his room to keep from being alone. By the time we're back at the hotel, I'm freezing, and I go to his room to keep from being alone. All right, Anne, you ready? Here comes the spice. Here comes the spice in the book. As predicted, we end in his bed together, and me sleeping sounder than I have slept. I biffed it. As predicted, we end up in his bed together, and me sleeping sounder than I have slept since long before Bill took off with that bimbo. The next morning, I awake late, and Frank opens the door with 2 cups of coffee in a bag. I smile with him. I smile with his morning offering of coffee and a bear claw, a decadent yet delightful treat to wake up to. Halfway through the coffee, Frank announces, "I've got to get back to my ranch. As soon as the fog lifts, I'm flying back to Fort Bragg. Do you want to come along?" I like that he includes me without assuming that I will go with him. My work is complete here, so I'd like to go back. He breaks into a big grin. "I'd hoped you would say that." I have to see about getting back to my time, and I'm almost sure I won't be able to do that here in San Francisco. His grin fades a bit. After a moment of silence, he says, "Maybe I could go with you." Trust me, Frank, after seeing the pristine world you live in, You would not like where I come from. Maybe not, but I like you, and the last few days have been a delight. If your world is so depressing, why not stay? I've been thinking along those lines, but how would I live now that I've invested everything I have in stocks that aren't going to... Darn it. Yeah, that was it. The spice was they ended up in bed together, and then they woke up the next morning. But how would I live now that I've invested everything I have in stocks that are going to take decades to mature? You could stay with me. I have enough saved to easily support the both of us. Is that a proposal? He gets a sheepish look. He didn't come out. He gets a sheepish look. It's way too early for that. Let's say it's an offer. I take his hand. That's sweet, Frank, and I may take you up on that. But if I am to secure my investment, I need to go back to my time. Oh. He shifts from the puppy dog eyes to matter-of-fact rancher in a flash. He stands. A guy can only hope, especially after last night. The last few days have been wonderful, and last night was the best. He says, we'll need to get an early start. I can't fly at night. I hear his disappointment. I get out of bed, go next door, and take a quick shower. I'm dressed and ready in a half hour, not half an hour. I'm dressed and ready in a half hour. I step out onto that. Come on. I step out on the deck. Frank leans on the railing. You ready? I nod, and we walk down the concrete stairs to the parking lot. The motorcycle comes to life. I climb on back, and we're off on the 5-mile ride to the airport. The plane ride back is less sightseeing and more a straight arrow journey up the coast. We land in his pasture, and I help him push the plane back into the barn. He is trying to be upbeat, but I can feel his disappointment. Maybe it's best if you take me into town. I can stay in that hotel. After much backpedaling and trying to talk me into staying, he finally admits, I did have some high hopes for the first time since Susan died, and now I don't know what to do with those feelings, so I may not be the best of company right now. If you're ready, I'll take you back to town. I'm ready. We climb into the truck and ride in silence all the way back to Fort Bragg. When he pulls up to the curb of the hotel, he speaks quickly before I get out. I'm a little off balance right now, but when I find my center, I'd like to see you again. And that's it. That is chapter 6 of The Courtship of DM HVW. I know. Wah. Burp, burp, burp. I meant to mention earlier, this book is already out. It's on Amazon, and it might be on Kindle. Yeah, it's on Kindle Unlimited. So if you want to read the whole book, you can wait for the audiobook, or you can read it on Kindle Unlimited, whatever you want to do. It's called The Courtship of DM HVW. I didn't realize it would let me actually edit the title. Hi, Kimmy. Let's see. Yeah. Let's see. It is 7:11. I will do one. I think I'm going to do one more reading of the snippets I recorded for. No, I'm going to save those for the next thing. I'm not going to record those right now because then I'll have to read them like back to back, and I don't want to do that. You're right. I should eat dinner. I think actually I will do that. I'll take a break. I'll eat dinner. I'll figure out how to get on this next one. And then at 8 o'clock, I will be on a co-hosting live stream with some other female narrators to do readings from a variety of books that were submitted by authors. They basically submitted snippets of their books or little scenes from their books for us to read. And so we have some that are pre-recorded that we'll probably read on there. And then we have new submissions that we will cold read. You know, we haven't reviewed them yet. So I think it's going to be exciting. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. And that is supposed to take place at 8 o'clock. Ooh, the hardest thing of narrating Anne is, I don't know. It kind of depends on the day, honestly. So for, just on TikTok, are you talking about just live stream narrating on TikTok? Because on TikTok, okay, just in general. So it depends on the name. Yes, the live will be on TikTok. Yes. Sorry, the co-host live will be on TikTok. It's going to be with Carmen, Chantel, and I don't know who else is participating, but I know. So there will be like two Carmen and Carmen. And then any other, I think there's a few other narrators that have signed up also. But to answer your question about the hardest part of narrating is, it depends on the day. So there's some days where it's like I cannot nail accents. And so like that's the hardest thing that day. Some days I can't, I'm dealing with a lot of really long sentences and I can't really get my breathing down correctly. So I end up having to re-record the same sentences over and over, which you kind of saw a couple of times in this chapter. And then there's also some days where I think if I'm tired and if my eyes are tired, then it's hard to read. So I make a lot of mistakes and I kind of get frustrated. And so that's whenever I have to sort of have to walk away. So I think it's definitely something where if you get in a flow and you're recording and you're flowing and all that, then you have to stay in that flow. You can't get out because sometimes you go to record and you can't hit a flow and it's very, very difficult. So short answer is it depends on the day. Long answer was those examples of things that make it difficult. And I think it depends on the narrator too, because some people have different people have different pet peeves. Yeah. I love Carmen Chantel too. She was one of the narrators that I've been following for a long time, since before I was a narrator. And between her and Andy Eloise and Danny Moontooth. They really gave me a lot of confidence and made me feel like I could actually do it. Okay. Yes, ma'am. I'm going to go eat. Have a good evening. Thank you for hopping on. And thank you for all the likes and shares and stuff that you sent me. I really appreciate it. Yeah. All right. Have a good night, Ann. I hope your adobo is delicious. See you later.